All right, welcome back. It's our third session into the MSQ Focus English dub of Like a Dragon Gaiden. We played easily two of my favorite segments of the MSQ. The one scene was a great highlight is when Kiryu and Hanawa came to a front because Kiryu disobeyed orders and Hanawa was forced to show his resolve by having Kiryu at gunpoint. That scene was incredible. I think that's one of the pivotal scenes to really feel out how the performances are gonna go, right? Especially Young being Kiryu, and I think it was a resounding success. It's still uneven for like the other parts. When the melodrama hits, I think it was incredibly on point. So that's very auspicious, in my opinion. As a personal preference, I did found that they hit the mark quite well. So I'm looking forward to the next couple scenes that we're gonna have today, which hopefully, in my opinion, holds up. I still think the most awkward inconsistency, in my opinion, of course, is whenever Kiryu is shouting into the distance. That's when it becomes awkward. Like it feels like the character tone just drops out. So when he's like shouting into the audience or shouting off stage, it comes off as very smooth and less aged than his performance throughout the stuff. But when he's shouting out of desperation, that's on point. Like when Kiryu said hold up or wait or don't kind of thing during that one scene, it was very nice. All the other actors are incredible. Their scenes typically involve something incredibly significant or like their brand. So supporting characters tend to have more flexibility in terms of like nuance, right? You're not hearing them consistently, so they don't necessarily need a consistent performance. All their scenes are very dynamic. So you don't have this point of reference of what is consistent per se. There's not enough airtime, right? So it's one of the trade-offs, in my opinion, or one of the additional responsibilities of being a lead character. You have to develop a consistent basis for all the dynamics that happen. Unless you play a video game where it jumps from one set piece to another set piece, which in this case, these types of games, especially Like a Dragon, it's not the case. You know, the air times, lots of mannerisms are consistent for the lead character, and in this game, it's largely just focused on Kiryu. All the other characters do not have enough air time in which they have to form like a cadence, a consistency. So each situation that Kiryu bumps into in these characters, they tend to be in a different situation. With one really big exception, in my opinion, and that's Akame. I think Akame, the voice actor for Akame, is incredible. Like, she has really, really long, continuous scenes, and it's incredibly consistent. It's bouncy, like, you have that same vigor going throughout, right? And she doesn't usually get caught up in a situation that is far from it. Meanwhile, all the other male characters, they immediately have to go through transitions, right? Hanua becomes cold calculating at first and immediately becomes reserved and secondhand thinking, then to desperation. Like, every scene for all the other male characters outside of Kiryu don't stay consistent. So oftentimes that kind of thing makes me less and less reliant on what is expected of them, because they're always being challenged. Meanwhile, Kiryu has to do lots of the standard stuff, like responding to questions, asking a lot of questions, having a lot of people talk to him while he's trying to listen. So you have this consistency of what the performance should be like. So now we know that, in my opinion, I think every time Kiryu is trying to talk really loud, as in, hey everyone, enjoy your night, at, like the grand cabaret, at the cabaret thing in one of my favorite sequences, when they were like living the life and throwing money around and whatnot, and at the cabaret grand when he shout out like, everyone enjoy yourself and whatnot, it came off really weird. But it is consistent. It is consistent with when he was shouting in that one scene in chapter 1, might have been chapter 2, which, it's weird. It's a weird take, in my opinion. Maybe it's like tough to do the projecting thing while also having that breathy thing. So it's an odd choice, in my opinion. It's consistent though, so I don't think it's accidental. I think it's an intentional choice, and that's fair enough. Just not my cup of tea. And that's what I mean by inconsistent, as in the tone is inconsistent for myself. But since it was repeatable, I don't think it was unintentional. But the desperation scenes are fantastic. And another thing that I feel is inconsistent, in my opinion, is that chapter where they like lived it up. They, how Kiryu got Tsuruno to round up 30 million bucks and whatnot. I tend to view Kiryu as a smug kind of person on occasion. Like, so there wasn't a lot of transition sounds or little slight jabby. It was very monotone. Like, he kept up his stoicism even when he's being a little cheeky. And to me, I actually think the Japanese legacy Kiryu does weave in a little cheekiness. I think there was an opportunity for that. You don't have to, Kiryu doesn't have to be not stoic when he's being cheeky. Like cheeky towards Tsuruno, or talking about like, maybe I am a little competitive. Sorry, not sorry. Cheekiness, right? Instead, you just got the same, muted stoicism, which in my opinion is a missed opportunity, because Kiryu obviously has some smugness. He does, in his legacy stuff, act cheeky and smug and jabby. Like, he does throw jokes, like very, very stale but real jokes back and forth. Meanwhile, it's contrast to like Tsuruno, right, and Shishiro. They're like rambunctious, and you can see the happy side of them, and that's kind of what's nice about this smaller chapter in the Like a Dragon series. It bounces back and forth. Like, Shishiro's having a good time, Tsuruno's having a good time, and immediately today we're going back into serious, right? And then we know that Shishiro is gonna heckin' backstab us. And then Nishitani did the same thing. So the last scene we saw, which is a great highlight, the Nishitani voice actor, right, immediately went to being frustrated, to being coy, right? Coy, frustrated, then coy again, clever, suspicious. That's how the voice actors get to flex. Kiryu, on the other hand, it's a tough character. It's a character that usually relies on nuance, and I personally don't think there was enough nuance on when Kiryu is when Kiryu is enjoying himself, but not trying to show it. or when he's sad and empty, but trying not to show it. It's usually just not show it at all. Right? And I think, to me, that's a missed opportunity. Not that it's inappropriate or inconsistent or not performing. I think it's intentional. It was performed intentionally that way. Personally, I think that makes Kiryu feel a little lifeless. Just my 2 cents. I like the little cheeky Kiryu who like, well, you know, you said you were good at golf, right? I've golfed around a few times. You know, back in the other games where someone's like, wow, you're really good at batting. He's like, well, I've hit a few of these before. You know, things like that. There was room to be cheeky, but it didn't happen here. Largely, the reason why I mentioned this is I feel English requires more direct ways to be cheeky. In Japanese, I feel it's natural to be nuanced and use like the tonality of Japanese to indicate cheekiness. In English, I think it's more descript. So perhaps even the writing could have been slightly different. Like the lines could have been slightly different to make it look like Kiryu's being like a bro, you know, like it's a bro scene, and I really love these scenes because you don't have them a lot. You have melodrama everywhere in the MSQ, and whenever it hits like one of the campier moments in Kiryu Saga, it's like an immediate highlight. So missing the opportunity to seize the opportunity to make Kiryu not just a robot with stoicism at the sleeve is incredibly endearing, in my opinion. And English is well suited for that. Like wordplays, puns. It's the main vehicle for expression. But I think that's what took away from it a little bit. It's still a great scene when the guys were just out spending shenanigans and stuff. Now we're getting back into the melodrama. So we're gonna see these scenes and see how well they hit, I suppose, for myself. Oh, and I forgot that this game is 5 chapters long, so we were definitely well over the halfway point. I was trying to think of what other scenes are left, and I can only think of 3 pivotal scenes, because the game's almost... I remember that the epilogue, the final chapter is actually exceptionally longer than the other ones. But we're well over halfway. It's not your standard length, obviously. Alright. Oh yeah, this is where we get introduced to the kings.
Here we go. Showtime, baby! Ready for this.
Oh, he just instant roll. The bouncing. The jab bouncing. Well, that was awkward. That was some weird interaction right there. What the heck? I do like his voice samples though. It's very Joker-y, right? Lots of Joker inspired kind of thing. Yep. I don't think it's necessary to complete the kings. Yeah, no. Not even like the first kings. Wait, I'm supposed to rest. Yeah, here's the big showdown. This one's a big scene. Especially for Shishido and Nishitani. Yeah, we're gonna have the bro up. The bro up in the street rumble at the Goth Center. Shishido.
Ready for this?
Yeah, one thing about this game, if I remember correctly from my closing remarks after the 10th session, is that this game really leaves me wanting more. Like, the story is incredibly lean and it highlights the best of stuff. Like, all the things in this game is largely the best of collection in a smaller package. However, I'm one for like excessively long stuff, so, or excessively long stuff relative to what other people are used to. I don't like my brief stuff. I love long, nuanced, drawn out things. It's kind of why I fell in love with the Japanese medium. It's often incredibly pedantic, iterative, and excessive. I mean, this game in general is in terms of its creative freedom is excessive. So having a smaller package is definitely more receptive to individuals who like their lean, all lean, no fat kind of approach. However, it's not necessarily my thing. When I like something, I kind of want it to be extravagant. I was thinking I could get like an attack power up. No, guess not. It's our friends. Hello, everyone.
A Kijin clan welcoming party, huh? I was told your captain would be meeting me here.
Captain? Well, that'll be me.
Holy man. That is some full body voice, man. I have to like really that's some bass boosted voice. Holy heck. I would love to be able to do that with my voice.
See, while this is hello, it'll also be goodbye.
Oh.
So that's Nishitani's command, huh? What? Is he too busy to come see to things himself?
Even if that was his wish, we can't allow him to do that. That man's an Omi Alliance officer, you know. Taking you on will be much too dangerous now. Ain't that right, Kazuma Kiryu?
Dang.
The guy with that name is already dead.
All right then, we'll kill you till you stay dead.
Wow. Absolutely. Wow. I need more of that guy.
Hey, who the hell are you?
Got some
Tell me.
chest voice.
How'd you know I'd be here?
We cast a pretty wide net around Osaka, you know. These Kijin clan boys, they came from a place down by the bay. So, that means Patriarch Nishitani's there too.
Now hold up. If that's the case, let's just take the car and get out of here.
Oh, come on now. Let's warm up with these bitches first!
You little. Who you calling a bitch?
Yeah, man. All the other voice actors are so good.
Ready for this?
I saw a gun. Gotta hit the guy with the gun down. Oh. I saw another guy with a gun. Where is it? Ah! I still got hit by one of them. I see it. There it is. This is the cinematic one, you know. We have to have enough attack power to have all the sequential slow-mos for style points.
Here we go.
Get out of here.
Ain't we like a couple old buddies? Who'd have thought?
Was this a good idea? Roughing up Kijin clan members for all to see. It's not a good look for you.
Well, that's why I got this mask. And besides, once we crush Patriarch Nishitani, no one can say shit about us. We just gotta do it quick. You and me.
What does Surno think about this?
The Cap's the one who tracked down Nishitani and sent me here. Said today's the day we put a stop to him. Gotta do it before he takes off again.
Right.
Huh. Now let's go give him an old school beatdown. I'm ready to roll. Hop in whenever you're ready.
Let's go. Those NPCs just walking around clueless.
Wasn't sure if you knew Kiryu-san, but Patriarch Nishitani, he came up in the Jingon Mafia.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You remember them? Korean gang that tangled with the Tojo for years and lost. He's one of their few survivors after they were gone for good.
The Jingon
The other members all
Mafia
split off.
connection.
And Nishitani covered up his past. Started fresh in the Yakuza as a Japanese. He worked his way up. Left a trail of blood behind him too. Tough, mean motherfucker. Once he was high enough on the ladder, he finally told everyone the truth. By that point, nobody in the Omi had the balls to say shit about it. Sure as hell not to the Kijin clan patriarch's face. Don't matter where you're from. The top Yakuza only gets there by being the toughest swinging dick around.
Why tell me this?
Ain't you have your own part in putting the Jingon in the ground? Nishitani learned you were the dragon of Dojima, and now he's a dog with a bone. He could murder you 100 times over and still hold a grudge. Bet there's plenty more just like him, aren't there?
Then I'll die as many times as I have to.
All so you can protect those scamps back in Okinawa, huh?
Yeah, see, that's what I feel is missing. Like the moment Kiryu said, well, or he says, I'll die as many times as I want to, I am kind of subconsciously expecting he would say something like, well, I suppose I'll die as much as I want to. I have to, right? Like some filler words, words that transition, but he has, like, Kiryu is filled with one-liners, like isolated one-liners. Like then immediately Shishido's voice actor did like the huh, and then continued with his like transitional words and then go into the next one. So it feels like he's holding an extended conversation while Kiryu's just being stoic. But when you're being stoic, you don't necessarily have to have like 90% one-liners. I feel the writing is kind of restrictive here. And the writing being restrictive, I feel the voice actor is taking it literally, as in there's no flexing in adding something to connect the ideas, like something to elicit at least some nuance of emotional expression. A stoic person doesn't necessarily have to be just as a matter of fact, right? They can show a bit of nuance and humanity while they're being stoic. But in this case, I think the branding here is Kiryu is written with a lot of one-liners, and those one-liners are supposed to hit by their context alone. I just don't think English translates that well to that. Like, I'll die however many times I have to. That just doesn't hit very well without any like bit of emotions. It's like, well, I suppose I'll have to die as many times that I have to. That's kind of like the natural compromise. It's an expression of like, well, I have to do what I have to do, kind of thing, as opposed to just saying it out flat, and it becomes really awkward in English. And he has many of these one-liners that don't really hit well. Meanwhile, everyone else is doing their little like slightly expressive English.
They've got nothing to do with you. Leave them out of this.
My bad. Guess we're not as good of buddies as I thought.
Yeah, so he says, heh, my bad. Like, I guess I'm a little bit hyper focused because I would say, you know, in a very light-hearted way, I am incredibly stoic in these situations. And even when you're stoic, it doesn't mean your words and phrasing have to be largely lifeless, as in like you are so detached that it feels like you're not even in the conversation anymore. Like it sounds, being stoic doesn't necessarily mean the character sounds like they're monologuing to themselves, but with catchphrases over and over again. So a lot of the lines just feel like Kiryu is trying to be an edgelord in English, in my opinion. Like the English words they chose feel like he's trying to be edgy, stoic, not stoic as an understanding stoic. Just my thing. I think that's what's creating, in my opinion, that's one of the restrictions that are making the performance very lifeless, to me, personally. I think it has something to do with the writing. More so than others might think. Most people, in my opinion, the vast majority of people focuses on like the tone and pitch of the person's voice versus the character they depict. That's fair enough. You can't really change, that's something that is a lot more non-negotiable than the writing. Like the words he's meant to say and the context that he has to say them. Those are flexible, in my opinion. Far more flexible than changing the tone of the voice actor. Like the pitch, the average pitch of the voice actor.
The Gaiden clan's hideout is in the back of the warehouse. Used to be managed by an Omi Alliance front.
So you've been here before then? If you've got a plan, spit it out already.
Neither of us like the runaround, do we? Well, Patriarch Nishitani's office is up there on the top floor. So the plan is we bust in the front, smack down any fools in our way, then beat the Patriarch to an inch of his life. Now we'll wing the rest.
Not a bad plan. But are you sure you want to do this? Wasn't Nishitani the model Kansai Yakuza in your eyes?
Gotta go above and beyond the ones you look up to. That's real maturity. Can't stay a starry-eyed kid forever.
If we weren't about to get our hands dirty, that'd almost sound poetic.
That was pretty. I like that.
What took you so long, Kiryu? Can't remember the last time someone fucked me this hard. This time I'm going right for the jugular.
I really like Nishitani.
Better
His
make this
English
worth
voice
our while,
actor.
Kijin clan. Ain't that right, Joryu?
Yeah, let's do this.
That wasn't too bad. The shout out into the.
Here we go. Yeah, let's go.
Sometimes those are pretty risky. Looking for the guy with the gun. No guy with a gun. No, no, stop.
Coming through. This is How about this?
Hey.
You boys got any idea where the fuck you are?
Certainly do.
Ready for this?
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Hacking guns. Gotta take out the guy with the guns. How did I miss that guy? Come on.
Here we go.
Weapon collateral. Gotta enjoy the weapon collateral.
I'm gonna put you both in the ground.
That was a little rough. Sorry, my guy. You got shortchanged by your dialogue. Shishido, please. Oh, come on, Shishido. You know what? I'll let you have it. Go ahead. Shishido, please.
Let's go.
Trying to stop us with this shit? I got more where that came from. Let's tear this place apart.
That's what happens when you have a AI with a weapon that can hit stun you, like just knock you down immediately by swinging. You can't even perform juggle combos. It just knocks you out of the way. Hi guys.
Ready for this? Step up. Coming through.
Does that guy have a gun? No. Any guns? That was my mistake. I missed the door. Shishido, please. I know you guys have beef, sort of, but man, stop hitting Kitty with the with your freaking sledgehammer. Lots and lots of doors.
They're here.
Gun.
Time's up.
Idiot. That's not the target.
Here we go.
Oh, come on, Shishiro, please. Oh, what I... Ooh, ooh.
Well, you done okay for yourselves, but the fun stops now.
Dang, his voice is really deep, too.
Yeah, let's go.
How the heck? Oh no. There's too many weapons in the way. Can't even execute that combination. Go ahead, Shishiro. Show him who's boss. I believe in you. Let's go. You got this. Good job, my man. Take him out.
Hey, assholes! End of the line!
Firefly.
Thanks.
Goddamn. Brutal.
Damn thing broke. Patriarch Nishitani's office is above us. Time to give him what's coming.
Out of HP. It's okay. It's off reset. Right. What?
Shishiro, the building's on fire.
Watase family associates are torching the place on Surno's orders.
Surno, he's here too?
Not the time.
That's a little
We
rough.
got a job to finish before the place burns down.
Those lines are a little bit tough.
Been waiting for you two. You in the Hanya mask. Did you really think you'd fool me? Huh, Shishiro?
Guess nothing gets by you.
That's a little rough.
What are you trying to pull? What do you guys get out of the Omi tearing itself apart from the inside?
What do we get? Well, the castle was a nice, shiny prize. Captain Surno was mighty pleased, too.
But that wasn't the goal, was it? And if you wanted money, the Watase family's already ranking it in. Whatever you wanted. Guess you wanted it bad enough to make an enemy out of the Kijin clan. It's late in the game, huh? And it doesn't even have shit to do with Kazuma Kiryu being alive. Right, Kiryu? Enough with the charade. Show me your whole face. I knew it! The Dragon of Dojima! Well, fuck. I wish I could have bashed your head in while you were still in your prime.
Shishiro, he's mine. Don't you lift a finger.
Got it. Show me how it's done then.
And what about you, Shishido? How are you connected to Kiryu? I take it Surano's in on this too. So the Watase family captain really agreed to this.
Does it really matter now?
Huh?
I'm about to beat you to a bloody pulp. Nothing personal. It's just a job. Besides, our last brawl left a bad taste in both our mouths, right? You don't seem to think you lost to me, and now you think you can win. So nothing's been settled.
Yeah, you're right. None of that other shit matters now, does it? The only thing I want to hear is the two of you begging for your lives. So scream good, you hear me?
Okay, real talk. I think Kiryu's translations, wow, that got shortchanged pretty hard. Like the last fight leaving a bad taste in both our mouths. I think that there are many other phrases, like one-liner phrases, that are a little bit less forced than that. That's very unfortunate. A lot of those lines leading up to this scene, like, the building's on fire, that kind of thing. Ooh, yeah, I don't think that's a performance thing. It's more the lines just don't, they're not great lines. And I feel the localization in the older games, there were situations like this where they wouldn't use a line like that. It would be something like, well, our last fight, we have some unfinished business, right? Something like that. Something a little bit more not proverbial, like a proverb kind of thing going down. So that was kind of a little bit rough. The cheese factor would definitely work if it was Casca and gang. But this one, that was a little rough. There were a couple rough lines in there. Like, Shishiro, he's mine, or something like that. That was okay. I still feel there needs to be some transition words in there somewhere.
Here we go.
Wow. It just do be being iframey.
Scream good, you hear me?
Here we go.
Like there, just scream good. I feel like let me hear the screams or something like that, or let me hear you scream kind of thing is a little bit more direct than let me hear you scream good. Also, let me hear you scream good is kind of weird because let me hear you scream well is even more awkward kind of thing. Dang it. Is there a QT in this one? There certainly is. Yeah. I finally hit the juggle that will OTK him, and I got interrupted by the QTE that I totally forgot. Of course, we're playing with like no defense and health upgrades, so 2 or 3 slashes with a weapon
So scream
picks up
dead.
all your
You
HP,
hear me?
which is pretty common.
How about this?
The auto pickup when he's in Yakuza style is so unhelpful at times. I guess we can do the quick step jabbing. You can just rely on quick step jabbing in the end. Was trying to go with something like a little bit more entertaining. Wait, I couldn't quick step that? That's weird. That was weird. So I buffered quick step twice after getting hit stunned.
So scream
Twice. So that's kind of
dead. You
annoying.
hear me?
That's a buffer problem. It usually has something to do with the fire. Yeah, you can quick step jab all you want. Okay. That was weird. Yep. 3 buffers. Like, the quick step got buffered out. I lost 3 inputs there.
So scream dead. You hear me?
Good old buffering.
How about this?
My quick step got buffered twice. Two quick step buffers, and there goes all my HP. Yeah, like you have one quick step buffer in the game because it's really inconsistent, and you lose all your HP. The alternative here is we're just gonna pick up Undying just to offset the the aggressively annoying buffering from
How about this?
this game. The Dragon Engine buffers a lot inconsistently when there's rain or fire in the environment. It's a very well-known problem, at least for my setup. So we're just gonna pick up Undying and probably damage up. Yeah, my quick step got buffered there. Two buffers there. I mean, we do have healing items. It's just I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it with a healing item.
Here we go.
Also, to do this with Agent, it's slower with Agent. I'm buffering way too much. Too much buffering. We can still get it though. No HP is still the same as having HP. Oh, or not. Or he can still kill you with... Oh, wait.
So scream good.
I forgot.
You hear me?
You have to relearn everything. You have to upgrade again because it resets. I forgot about that. It resets after...
About this.
Can't see. All the quick steps are coming out like 200 milliseconds later. Every single time.
You hear me?
It's coming. The quick step is after. Still have HP. No, no, just kidding. You can still die. You can still die. It excludes the boss, apparently. Hold up.
Here we go.
I think this is a lie. This is fake news. Yeah. You definitely. Maybe this is only triggered once, but this is not true. Yeah, I don't think undying is the thing. I might have already known that though. It's fine. I guess we'll use healing items. I don't know.
Ready for this? Yeah, let's go. Here we go.
I couldn't see anything there. I ran out of heat. Couldn't complete the juggle.
So scream good. You hear me?
Here we go. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, that takes way too long. We can't do it that way.
So scream good. You hear me?
It does not help that that's the line it ends on.
I want to hit.
Oh. That's new.
So scream good. You hear me?
How about this?
I didn't have any inputs there. All my inputs were lost there. Yeah, it's super delayed now. Like I'm moving like super
So
sluggish.
scream good. You hear me?
Here we go.
It happened again. Ooh. It's difficult to describe, but when you hit a button, it takes about half a second for it to come out. So you're trying to do it well in advance.
Don't go down here, Ellie! You hear?
Okay.
Kiryu-san, we can get out this way.
All right. Give me a hand. Nishitani's coming with us.
The guy knows exactly who you are now. He ain't forgetting what you did to the Jingon. Just leave him there.
Shut up! Just help me!
God damn it. The fire escape's that way. Open the door! I got Nishitani! All right. That'll do it.
What are you? But why?
Why keep Nishitani alive? Much easier for us if he's dead.
What about Suruno's words?
Just shut it! What's done is done! Besides, Captain Cyrano knows all about this.
He knew this?
The betrayal.
Surno! You bastard! You were planning to kill Nishitani all along? Why? There was no need to go that far!
Afraid I disagree. He had to die. He wasn't worth sparing. Nishitani, he...
What?
A long while back, a young soldier ditched the family. He'd worked under me. The kid was a troublemaker. Former bike gang member, only 20 years old at the time.
The what? Oh man, that stuck really. I feel like there's no exacerbation. It's like, what? You know? It's just, what? Sorry.
Leaving the family without permission is a major offense. And going too easy on him would have set a bad precedent. But he was still a kid. So I pretended to look for him, all the while planning to let it slide.
And then?
Nishitani said, he's gotta pay. Took it on himself to track the kid down. It wasn't even his family. He just heard about it from someone. Probably wanted to impress my boss. Everyone knew I planned to let it slide. By the time I heard the news and rushed over, his fingernails had been ripped out, his nose sliced off, belly covered in cuts and burns. Nishitani's trademark torture routine. Kid was beyond saving. Nishitani was gonna finish by burying him alive up in the mountains. That's when I put him out of his misery with a bullet to the head. Kid didn't need to suffer no more.
The Patriarchs tormented me plenty. In the Kijin clan's Colosseum, the losers and weaklings got pulled out. Then the Patriarch gave him the full treatment that Cap just mentioned. You had to do whatever it took to survive. That's why I already regret what I just did. He got off too easy. Should have taken my time before sending him to hell.
Traitor. You said that with conviction, though.
I agreed the second I heard the boss wanted to disband the Yakuza. But not for the higher-ups' tortured reasoning. There are other reasons why the Yakuza need to die out. Be better if we disappeared, than give monsters like Nishitani a chance to have their way.
All this would have been more convincing if you hadn't just tricked me into being an accomplice to murder.
Could be. We're monsters who ought to disappear too. We may act like we're better than the rest, but our shit stinks just as bad.
Anyways, well done, boys. We destroyed the head of the Kijin clan. Now we wait for our boss to be released. Ain't that right?
Yeah, let's do this!
Yeah, so I just can't ignore that feeling that some of the lines that were said from Kiryu's performance, right? Young's performance of Kiryu were said in isolation. Like the what? The every time it's like, what? Who are you? Or and then kind of thing. It feels like it's in isolation. So in that part, when Sudano was describing, going about his monologue about Nishitani, he's just like, what? Like, there's no, right now he would be exacerbated a little bit. So it's like, what? Like, what are you going on about? Like, and then, like, what's your point? Right? Kind of thing. But instead, it just comes off of like, what? And then, like, I'm like, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know where, like, there are different ways to say and then, but I don't know. I still really like the backstory that they had about him. It's a shame you don't play it out. I think it's my feeling still stands where in a normal length like a dragon game, you probably have a chapter or two about Nishitani's past. You know, you fill out a lot of the characters, like the relationship between Tsuruno and Nishitani, that kind of thing. But now we're into our last chapter, which this chapter is fairly big. It's all your things. The connection with Casca and gang, the final betrayal, the dissolution, all of that jazz.
Joryu, I've just received word from Tsuruno-san. Omare Nishitani III is dead, and the Kijin clan's base is burned down.
And the very final scene, which practically nearly brought me to tears, man.
Tsuruno was planning on killing him all along.
Yes. Eliminating Nishitani was necessary before the Omi Alliance's dissolution. No better way to guarantee his absence than death. You were the only one who didn't want that.
I wonder.
Disbanding the Omi Alliance and Tojo clan at the same time won't be bloodless. Killing Nishitani keeps it to a minimum.
Can't make an omelet without breaking an egg. That the idea? People in charge love that one.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Young pulled that off. Like just nonchalantly saying that one-liner. I think that one worked out pretty well. It's out of left field, but that's kind of what I mean. I feel like they're really going with the whole boomer, like older kind of thing. But man, there's a loss in translation in English. That line was well spoken in my opinion. It wasn't as weird as the one in the Nishitani scene. The bad taste in both of our mouth thing. That was a lot more awkward than this.
I suppose so.
Remember that the Kijin clan are hitmen, practically the bosses of them. Nishitani had a lot of blood on his hands. If his death helps us, then so be it.
You think Watase and Daigo will feel the same way?
I'm sure they'll understand, at the very least. They sit above tens of thousands in their organizations. I imagine they had to make ruthless calculations on a daily basis. Would you impose some kind of penalty on Tsuruno for his involvement in this? No, you wouldn't.
I just stopped by to report in that this part of the job's done. If you already heard it from Tsuruno, I have nothing more to add.
At any rate, the biggest barrier to the Omi's dissolution is gone now. All that's left is to wait for Watase's release, then watch as the Yakuza become a thing of the past. Why don't you leave Sotenbori for a bit? You just need to be back the day before Watase gets out.
You're asking me to hole up at the temple?
Not immediately. Go ahead and tie up any loose ends first. You must be exhausted. I suggest you stay with Akame-san tonight.
Oh, you know, that saying is a deep cut right there. When he when Hanawa said he's looking forward to the day when Yakuza are, done for, right? Where the era of Yakuza is gone. And in my opinion, that's a really big deep cut, because while this is moving on from that, organized crime and stuff occurs elsewhere, right? So it's a very poetic deep cut into suggesting that, hey, we're gonna go elsewhere, because just because the setting in Japan, there's active like reduction and all that, there are other types of organized crime elsewhere. And sure enough, obviously, less than a week now, less than a week away for a different setting. I'm sure there's still like we don't know the context of Kiryu's bucket list yet. I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up doing for Kiryu's bucket list in Like a Dragon 8. Right. I think the Nishitani scene, the second one, right? That fight scene, it hit a little lower. I was a little bit optimistic from the Hanawa and Kiryu scene for disobeying orders, that I think I might have been a little bit overly optimistic. It did not hit as hard. There were a lot of awkward lines. I think in general, it's kind of tough to know what is the culprit here, but I do think there should be some extra attention to the idea that some of Kiryu's lines written in this series is incredibly difficult to make less awkward just because of the word choices. Like the "don't make an omelet without eggs" thing, that was okay, kind of. When things don't hit, it's not necessarily just one thing. It's the whole package, right? It's the coordination between the script writers, the voice actor, all the other voice actors involved, the context of the game, and some of Kiryu's dialogue. I mean, if we're gonna put it down on paper, I feel not only do all the other voice actors shine more, in my opinion, arguably, like debatably in this case, the lines that are given to all the other actors, like in their situation, is resoundingly of more dynamics than Kiryu's stuff. So it's kind of tough. Tough situation. I'm now, what's the last scene? The big scene now. In the next couple scenes, we already know all of them because of Yakuza Like a Dragon, right? Casca scene with a little bit here and there. I'm looking forward to 2 more big scenes coming up. One scene is the reunion. So I already know what Saejima and Majima sounds like, right? I've got Saejima's voice actor, but Majima's voice actor is Matt Mercer, right? And I particularly like his interpretation. He really nailed it on the dime, trying to exude the classical Japanese, famous Japanese actor, right? Well, the infamous role or famous role of Majima. And Daigo, I think, yeah, his voice was in it too. So I'm looking forward to how they make it sound. I feel the mood that I would expect, it's not guaranteed that that would be the mood, would be more solemn, right? Bros, it's refreshing. They finally meet up, but also bittersweet. It's a bittersweet and brief reunion kind of feeling. That's the next big scene that I'm looking forward to seeing their performances. And then the last scene, which is the Shishido's betrayal and Nishitani's final scene, right? I'm really looking forward to this next scene. Not the Casca overlap, but the scene following it when they fight Shishido again. Oh wait, that's actually no. The reverse order. The scene when Nishitani actually comes before then, because Shishido falls into a ditch and then he comes back and attacks HQ. So actually the next scene right now is Shishido's betrayal. I think at the moment, some of the stiffness from Kiryu's lines and Young's performance is kind of also the stiffness in the writing. The writing is slightly stiff.
Let's go.
The good scenes do land most of the time. Like the pivotal scenes, the writing's on point. So... And when I mean writing, I don't mean like the story development or plot and whatnot, because the Japanese is fine for sure. It's more the English translation, like the English words and lines that they're choosing. There's a lot of lack of. I feel like the conversations are the weakest, where it feels like the voice actors are saying lines like voice samples, where, you know, when you're fighting and stuff, all the voice samples are recorded in isolation. Like they're not recorded as one entire conversation. And that could be true, by the way. Based on how the dub was done after the game's launch, I could imagine a situation where most of the voice cast, the English voice cast, recorded all their lines and dialogue in isolation, or maybe not even have samples, right? You could imagine a thing where, like, who did the recording first, then the person who's doing the voice lines can hear maybe a playback of the other person's voice lines, or they do the voice lines in isolation and had to imagine and read from it, right? There are a lot of trade-offs. It's very convenient. Voice actors don't have to gather together, and you can rehearse specific lines in separate. Like it doesn't have to be executed in a complete scene, like in a studio or something. And you can probably see that as the case, like a mix of all the above that I mentioned, since this game was dubbed after the fact of the launch. And I think that really plays to the detriment, in my opinion, of the longer conversations, because the longer conversations really sound like the dialogue was recorded separately in a vacuum, some of it, and then there are times when it really lands, and I feel that deserves some appreciation, because if it's true, which it probably is, that the voice actors had to imagine what their co-stars and stuff sound like, and maybe they played the game or saw the scenes in Japanese, and they're trying their best to match the cadence between the two, and then you like stitch those together and you hope that their tones are naturally to each other. That's a tough ask, because sometimes people might interpret, oh yeah, I'm a little bit more aggressive here, and then the other voice actor is like, well, you know, I'm going to be a little bit more stoic here. And then when you stitch it together, it feels like Kiryu isn't taking anything serious in certain situations, and then the other person is being really serious. So there's a detachment there. And I think that's an obstacle that, even though I don't voice act or anything, you can kind of appreciate intuitively that it would be very difficult to know what your co-stars are if they didn't record their lines as well. what you have to go off of is the written English and then the direction of people who are largely Japanese, right? So it can be tough. Wait, where am I going? Right. Where's Hanawa at? Oh. Sorry. Sorry, buddy.
Would you mind returning to the temple for a bit?
It's not to excuse any of this, because I'm sure it could have been done differently. I'm just rattling off things in my head that if you were to have to do this, there are a lot of obstacles to be able to do all of this stuff. Outside of, is the script naturally gelling with the performance, or how long do they have to read the lines, animation, cutscenes, and timing? All of that restricts a dub after. It still is at least a reasonable argument for how the dub might be lower in consistency than the Japanese.
Yeah, I've got nothing left to do.
I'm not surprised. You'll be leaving Osaka for a while then. Just sit tight until Watase is released.
Yeah, so this is the scene. Shishido's betrayal. I really like Nishitani's voice actor. All his scenes though are like really tight. Like all his lines are incredibly tight. It's true for most of the supporting actors. Oh yeah, the summary. So this part makes me really kind of bittersweet, because this is the one time in all of the series, like all the series, that there's subtitles to like catch up, like skip over things instead of having them animated and being playable and all that. So this part that they're skipping over is probably like 2 or 3 chapters in the normal length like a Dragon game, in my opinion. Basically, covering all the Yakuza Like a Dragon events. The burning of the Gomi Jewel. And Daidoji's pass. Of course, Aoki. We're gonna see him again. I really like his English voice actor. We won't be seeing Aoki again, unfortunately. He did not make it. Looking forward to hearing more Majima and Saejima in both English and Japanese. Arakawa was amazing. It was the K. Yeah. Personal legacy with that because I watched Star Trek. The original generation, right? It was excellent. I think both the Japanese and English of Masumi Arakawa was like right on top of each other. Almost indistinguishable performances, for better or for worse. Like some people, I like both very different and similar. In this case, it was very similar in a really weighted, awesome way. Definitely shout outs to Arakawa.
Oh, fuck! What do you mean we don't have as much booze as we thought? Ah, forget it. Just bring everything we got. I'll make it worth your while. And then some.
I love all the extras.
No shit. Sorno Han. Been too long, man. Busy lately, I take it? Have been, yeah. After tomorrow, I can finally relax.
All the extras are
Real.
so
But the
unhinged.
chairman's finally stepping down when Captain Watase gets back. We'll be celebrating that tomorrow, too. Ain't the Watase family back to be even busier?
Suppose you got me there.
But still, Patriarch Nishitani would have been the one cheering loudest for Captain Watase taking the reins. But now look where we are. Patriarch got iced in a goddamn raid, and nobody can find this Joryu guy who did it. You ask me, I'd want to know what the fuck's going on.
We're all on the hunt for the asshole. Burns my guts what happened. I owe a lot to the late Patriarch.
Such a good liar, man.
You.
What? I say something weird?
I guess in his way he did take a liking to you, didn't he? Yeah, the Patriarch rode your ass like a prize pony. But at least it made you tough as nails, huh? Boy, I bet he broke you real good. Mind and body both.
He was the model Kansai Yakuza. It was an honor, him taking a liking to me.
The boss must be bent out of shape over Nishitani too. So put on a happy face when we meet him, all right?
Was already gonna. See ya.
And unhinged in a nice way.
Tell
I
you what
think
makes me bent
English
out of shape.
benefits
Is
from
lying to
unhinged.
fellow Omi.
Well, suck it up. You think my ass ain't on the line here too? He'll be the first one to blow when the announcement's made.
Honestly, I can't tell who's gonna do what tomorrow. Been a while since I felt this kind of chill down my spine.
What about Kiryu-san?
Still with the Daidoji. Should be coming back to Osaka soon.
How strong the extras are and the supporting actor just makes me look more and more hyped and forward to the current mainline game, right? Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, because it's a JRPG, or it's an RPG, and RPGs have an eclectic cast. Like, it's less singular character driven, right? So it plays really well to English, in my opinion. Japanese feels a lot more consistent, as in generally everyone sounds kind of serious, and you know, it gets, in my opinion, it gets the job done in the sense that you have to pay attention to nuance, and it's always like, if you're into the constant comfort zone kind of dialogue and whatnot, the Japanese will definitely make do, in my opinion. That's why I feel Kiryu stuff, all the Kiryu Saga stuff, it works really well to Japanese advantage. But Yakuza Like a Dragon, I would probably be unpopular opinion, but I think the English highlights a lot more the whole RPG misfit band of different, band of misfits and rambunctious group of people. In the Japanese, they naturally all kind of sound about closer to each other in seriousness, even during campy scenes. Like campy scenes, you have your standard like outrageous overacting just to make the Japanese sound a little bit more spontaneous and funny. The situational writing is what really makes the scenes humorous, not necessarily the vocal performances. In English, it's heavily reliant on the vocal performances, in my opinion. Contextually, it can just be about anything. In this game, it doesn't really highlight that as much. It does highlight it when you listen to Akame. Whenever Akame's voice actor says things, that highlights, in my opinion, what makes English very appropriate for a specific thing. Like, in my opinion.
Only one day left. It's finally upon us, Kiryu-san.
I'm meditating.
Very well. Don't mind me then.
It's all right. Nice thing about meditation is you can do it anytime, any place.
Deep
The
cut.
Daidoji once found the news of the Yakuza's dissolution unimportant. But the winds have changed course, haven't they?
Hmm?
I wasn't sure if you knew. Governor Ryo Aoki has ousted Ogikubo Sensei and succeeded him as chair of the Citizens' Liberal Party. Politician by day, Yakuza puppeteer by night. That's how he got the authority to fit the collar snug over the Omi and Tojo both. He's young, and he's after sweeping power. Of course, the Daidoji are none too pleased with that. But the dissolution of the Omi Alliance tomorrow would also be a big blow to Aoki.
So,
That means the job you're doing will be beneficial to the faction. And when you factor in the 50 billion in assets we received from the Watase family, you've done more for the Daidoji than anyone. And they called you a freeloader.
you know, it looks cheap to let money do all the talking.
You're also owed a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Though I suppose that's my own cross to bear.
What's with you? You're awful misty-eyed today.
Close communication between workers and management is fundamental to an organization's smooth operation.
Gotta write that one down.
On that note, once your work is finished, I think you ought to relax for a while. I'll start pestering my superiors to get you a reward of some kind.
A reward?
It must drive you crazy to be stuck in here. How about a vacation, all by yourself? It'd be a nice change of pace. Naturally, you'll avoid Okinawa and Kamurocho. But we'll try to accommodate anywhere else you'd like to go.
A vacation, huh?
I gather this isn't something you think about often.
We totally know he did. He totally broke that rule. At least we saw Kamurocho in some of the trailers of Infinite Wealth. I mean, it might be after the arrangement of the vacation, but still.
But give it a try. Is there anywhere you might like to visit?
Well, I've always wanted to go to Hawaii.
Any particular reason?
Something Yumi said once. She wanted to get married there. It just came out one day while we were goofing around.
You mean Yumi Sawamura, I take it. Haruka Sawamura's mother. The love of your life.
Anala Hill Memorial Church.
Hmm?
Yumi always talked about going there when she was working nights in the city. She'd grown up way out in the country, at an orphanage called Sunflower.
And this church? It's in Hawaii?
Before I die, I'd like to leave Japan. And bring this there. That's the only gift I've ever given her.
I had no idea. You were such a romantic, Kiryu-san.
Anawa,
Yes,
that's personal.
right. Oh, sorry to pry. Bad habit of mine.
We were never engaged. Back then, I just couldn't ever tell her how I felt. By the time I finally found the words, she was on her deathbed.
Kiryu-san.
Forget I said anything. Hawaii just popped into my head, that's all. Besides, we've got tomorrow to worry about first. Who knows what'll happen when a room full of Yakuza hear about the dissolution.
Your reward doesn't need to be Hawaii. It doesn't even need to be travel. Is there anything else that you want?
I'm the man who erased his life and his name. I don't want anything. Even if I did, you couldn't give it to me.
Truthfully, I do know what you want. But the one thing I can't do is let you see the kids in Okinawa.
Yeah, I know.
That was really well done. Another good emotional scene. Hit the mark. I think it was pretty impressive, specifically Hanua's character when he did the whole Kiryu son. You know, the thing that I feel is only characteristic is generally characteristic of Japanese dialogue and not English, where people express empathy or feelings by saying a person's name in a different tone. That doesn't, in my opinion, that just doesn't happen in English dialogue unless it's a Japanese like translation. So instead, Hanuma could say like, "I'm sorry to hear that," as opposed to Kiryu-san, right? Like the whole, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." He's basically expressing, "I'm sorry," as opposed to saying "I'm sorry." In Japanese dialogue, is often like, you just say the person's name in the tone of the emotion you're implying, and that happens way more often in Japanese dialogue. It's really awkward, in my opinion, a lot of times when that is translated, and then the English voice actors have to use that a lot. It also is exacerbated because when they do that, they also use honorifics, right? And in English, honorifics are absent. However, we already went through this where Like a Dragon writers have already mentioned that they're going to keep the honorifics in English, right? As a consistent, just like a choice that they made. So it's kind of both awkward in that manner. Like, Kiryu or Kiryu, you know, like just to create like the different emotions, but in response, you say their name. In English, you would say things like, wait a minute. Really? Oh, okay. You fill it in with a different type of word, right? And you switch up the word a lot of times, like, I see. It's like, oh, is that really true? Huh, that's suspicious. All those things are typically in place of that. But I think the Hanua voice actor pulled that one off pretty well. He like kind of sighed a little, like a weeping, empathetic, uh, breathe out, and then say Kiryu-san's name, right? Kiryu's name. So I think that was pretty impressive. It's the little things that occurs very frequently that really stands out, in my opinion. Alright, time to run to Akame. We're going into the last scene. I hope it's really powerful. I think Young's performance on the whole, like, mellow, silent suffering kind of scenes are really great. Like, he's got that whole cadence down on that. Outside of that, it's kind of a hit or miss, and I personally think it's more the written dialogue than his performance at this point. As the game goes on, it leans harder and harder on how restrictive Kiryu's lines are, not necessarily the performance. It just doesn't. Other characters just have fantastic lines. Kiryu doesn't quite have the same. Oh, so unfortunate. Makes me think, makes me kind of want to go back and play all the other games to see if his lines are really that
There you are.
stilted sometimes.
You're here too, Cyrano?
Yeah, been waiting for you.
Sure has. Practically waltzed in like he owned the place and said he'd wait till you showed. Even though I told him I was working. Been a real pain in my ass.
Oh, fucking right already. Quit your yapping, will ya?
So what is it? What brought you here?
Don't worry, nothing major. Just thought I'd give you a rundown about tomorrow. Got some stuff to explain. Not here, though.
Yeah, the other characters, they're so good. Arguably might
We'll
even
meet the boss
outshine
tomorrow at
Like a
construction
Dragon.
site on the edge of
Yakuza Like a
Sotenbori.
Dragon.
Gonna be fresh out of the joint. We'll slap a suit on him, then head to Omi Alliance HQ.
Does he know I'm coming?
Yeah, our lawyers filled him in. Told him all about you, including that you were with us when we offed Nishitani.
You did, huh?
And about that, I'm sorry I kept you in the dark.
So that's what you wanted to explain.
Don't get me wrong. I got no regrets about it happening. If I could do it over, I'd still kill him. But I tricked you into getting your hands dirty. Then I told you he was a piece of shit that got what was coming to him. Didn't even apologize neither. Well, from where I'm sitting now, I think that was pretty lousy. After tomorrow, I'm gonna be an ex-Yakuza. No rank, no title. Getting a bow from that kind of nobody probably don't do much for you. But still, I'm real goddamn sorry.
Oh yeah, we get to choose to forgive him here.
You and me, we've both led the life. We've been told time and again that sorry's not good enough. So you bow, but you don't really expect to be forgiven. Am I wrong? We'll carry the weight of the things we've done for the rest of our lives. Not like we have any other choice. That's not gonna change when the Omi and Tojo are broken up either.
So I take it I don't have your forgiveness then,
I think we went with Lift Your Head already. Or what do you think? I mean, all of them kind of lead to the same thing. I kind of just want to hear something different. I'm pretty sure I picked Lift Your Head already last time. Actually, you know what? Let's go with I'll Never Forgive You. See what happens.
You couldn't have thought I'd bend that easily. I'll never forgive you.
That's so.
But I'll remember that you apologized.
Right. I won't ask for more than that.
So, that all you wanted to talk about?
No, I do have one piece of good news.
Hmm?
Some intruders showed up at Omi HQ not too long ago. One of them used to be Tojo. Name's Ichiban Kasuga. You know him? Just got out of prison after 18 years.
I think I've heard of him. I was locked up at that time, too. But he was in a different prison. Any idea why he'd break into Omi HQ?
Kasuga used to work for Masumi Arakawa. Like a lost dog, he went right on back to Kamurocho after he got out. And that's when Arakawa shot him.
Shot him?
Remember, Arakawa was pretending to be a Tojo trader in front of the Omi Alliance. Had to shoot his own former loyal in cold blood just to keep up the act. If he didn't, some other Omi probably would have killed the guy anyway. But Arakawa hit him, so he just barely survived. Shot him to save him, more or less.
Hell of a stunt.
Then Kasuga found out about Arakawa's true intentions. The dissolution plan. Everything. So once he got the call from his precious Papa Arakawa-san, he came running over to Osaka. He'll be on our side at the announcement tomorrow.
Will he make for good muscle?
Here he went toe-to-toe with Goro Majima and Taiga Saejima. Of course, Kasuga had a handful of buddies with him.
You weren't kidding about the good news.
No one knows what'll happen once the cat's out of the bag. Not many guys around we can trust, you know. But Patriarch Watase and the Tojo clan's 6th chairman are ready for every Omi in that room to see this as a declaration of war. Our job's to protect the two of them and see the dissolution through.
Understood. If they're in a tight spot, I'll step in. That 50 billion included a bodyguard fee, didn't it?
We're much obliged. Take your time and rest up for tomorrow, Kiryu-san.
Yeah. Some of the lines,
you?
man. Oops. Alright. Sure. Yep. Time to really see the pivotal scenes. I'm optimistic right now. Still optimistic. Like 60-40, 70-30.
Been waiting for you. The boss should be here soon. He's on his way from the joint.
In a different time, we'd have rolled out the red carpet. But meeting at the prison's a no-go. Doesn't matter if you're captain of the Omi anymore.
Yeah, I know.
I bet. You did 10 years, didn't you? For killing your boss, no less. Us smashing up the Omi today ain't so different, is it?
What gives, Shishido? You scared all of a sudden?
Those decades of Yakuza families, all that history. And we're gonna tear it all down. Ain't you nervous, Captain?
Maybe a bit. But my mind's made up. And you'd better watch yourself. Don't say stupid shit like that round the boss.
Of course.
They really didn't do much on repurposing the lip shape, even in-game cutscenes. Yeah, it's definitely an afterthought for this one. Not to diminish the performance of pretty much all the voice actors.
Welcome back, boss.
They're quite
Thanks.
good.
Thank you for all you've done for us.
I could say the same.
Haven't changed a bit, boss.
Welcome back.
Sereno, Shishido, you two did good. See, you brought a dragon back from the dead. Couldn't have been easy.
It's got that New Yorker
Sure was.
like feel.
But 50 billion goes a long way.
I felt the same
The
way.
Daidoji were willing to let out his leash a bit.
Oh, in Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Thanks for coming, Kiryu-han. Guess I'm not the only one in a tough spot here. You know how much cash I ran through to find you?
You're already talking about money? Man, I knew it was more about ideals.
Ha! Big talk coming from a dead man. None of it ever made any goddamn sense, did it? The dragon of Dojima died, but no one saw the body. Who'd be dumb enough to fall for that shit?
Fooled everyone but you.
Only one you're fooling is yourself. Anyway, forget all that. We got a big event today, and I can't pull it off without you. This is the day the Yakuza end.
Yeah. Making a big move. You and Daigo both.
We didn't choose this. The times forced us to. Politicians, cops, they treat us like we ain't even people, then justify it with one bullshit law or another. Only future we got as Yakuza is as lapdogs or underground thugs.
Seems that way.
But we can still make ourselves a third option. We dissolve the groups and get as many of the Yakuza as we can into our safety net. But the longer we wait, the less we can do. And more Yakuza will fall by the wayside.
Truthfully, I can't say if that's the right choice. I'm hardly qualified to. But either way, you're putting your lives on the line to do this. That's reason enough for me to help.
Look, I realize you got Daijoji breathing down your neck. But putting two giants like Omi and Tojo to rest didn't take living legends. And a dead one, I suppose.
Counting on you, Kiryu-han. Boss, do you have the letter of dissolution?
Huh?
This is a historic moment. How about I get you in a badass pose holding the paperwork?
Hey, quit screwing around.
Oh, come on. Everybody's snapping pics these days. Right, Kiryu-san?
Whoa, 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 knock it off. The fuck's wrong with you?
The captain of the Omi Alliance, conspiring with the supposedly dead former 4th chairman of the Tojo clan. Plotting to betray his family and disband the Omi? He's got the Declaration of Dissolution addressed to the police right there in his pocket.
I get it. You're against all this.
Shishido.
Omi, new or old, see this video right here? Rank be damned, they'll kill you. On top of that, they'll see it was me who exposed you. I'll be the goddamn hero.
What are you saying?
To start, I'll be taking over the Watase family. Already had the groundwork laid.
What? All of you?
So the Patriarch and the Captain weren't with us. No shit that'd have everyone turned on you. You were so busy licking Watase's boots, you forgot about everyone else under you. Just means you didn't have the damn balls.
And you think you're any different?
I know my place in the world. I'll take it step by step. Patriarch will be the first for me. Then it'll be the top of the Omi Alliance.
That's some pretty big talk there.
I wasn't raised that great, you know. When I could take my shot, I make sure I put my life on it. 2 long years. I've been waiting for this. To expose the Omi Alliance's greatest threat. You backstabbing rat fucks!
So you were against us all this fucking time.
Asshole. You two turned on us first. Turn your back on us!
Hey! I'm back! You all missed me, right?
Nishitani.
Kazuma Kiryu and Masaru Watase. You're both dead as fuck. You wrinkly ass traitors!
Man, SE was really good.
What? How? Patriarch Nishitani, you're supposed to be... I'm the one who killed him. Remember? Kiryu-san was there, but I had my back to him. He couldn't see a thing. So I just pretended to stab him with a little toy that spurts blood. Had a rescue team nearby and everything. All went according to plan. Well made, unlike yours.
But why, Shishido? Don't you hate Nishitani too? How could you?
You're not wrong. Patriarch Nishitani's had me under his thumb forever. It's been a living hell for years on end. And you're the one who saved my ass, Captain.
So this is how you repay the favor?
You know, I was a good-for-nothing little shit as a kid. But now, I strut around this fucking town head high. Out having those glitzy nights I always dreamed about. And once I knuckled up and stood on the winning side, I learned. There ain't nothing better than having the run of somebody. 'Cause you're stronger than them, and they're pissed scared of you.
Damn you.
A full belly, clothes on my back, women in my bed. Maybe you think all that was a gift from you. What? But you'd be fucking wrong. I'm the one who clawed my way up from nothing. You just gave me a little boost in the home stretch. God, getting ordered around by a smug asshole like you, so sure his shit don't stink. I can't count how many times I've wanted to strangle you.
I don't know how I managed not to. I don't owe you a goddamn thing. Everything I got because I fought and won and took it my own fucking self. And you're planning to do what again? Break up the group? Dissolve the Omi Alliance? Fuck out of here with that. You go senile and lock up or something, you dickless piece of shit.
Shishiro,
But while you all were flipping your shit over your little conspiracy, I still didn't have any proof. That's why I held on till the time was right. Even with proof, I'm not an idiot of your caliber. I know I can't rebuild the Omi alone. You gotta show people a vision for the future, or else nobody will follow you. But with the Kijin clan at my back, everything's taken care of. After I saved Patriarch Nishitani from the fire, I laid all my cards on the table for him. How Kazuma Kiryu survived, about the plot to dissolve the Omi Alliance and the Tojo clan.
A shocking betrayal. An unforgivable conspiracy. Isn't that right, Watase Anaki? You recognize what I had back then. Didn't even care that I just left the Shingon Mafia, did you? Power is all that matters. Hey, you showed those weren't empty words. I figured you for a real man's man, so I didn't mind getting my hands dirty for you. Who do you have to thank for that squeaky clean image of yours, huh? And now you throw me to the wolves because I'm in the way of your scheme? Kill him? Get rid of him? Sounds damn crazy, right?
No, I'm the one who ordered you to be killed.
Shut your fucking mouth, Cyrano! Talking's not going to save you. Watase Anaki here betrayed me, just like he betrayed the Omi Alliance. You know how much that stings for us? You got any idea? But you, Shishiro, you've gone above and beyond. What a guy. Love ya.
If you all don't want the Omi Alliance, then we'll take it for ourselves.
What was that about bootlicking earlier? Looks like you're happy to do just the same.
Damn right. And look what that lick bought me.
let me be frank, Kiryu-han. I wasn't expecting this. Squaring off against the Watase family and Kijin both? Who'd have figured? Here I thought the worst fit would be at Omi HQ.
Yeah, me too. So, if you lost your edge in the joint, we're done for.
Huh, didn't that tell you I've been planning this day for years? I ain't gone soft even a little. Can't speak for you, though.
Well, that gives me a bit of hope. What about you, Surno?
Huh? Me?
I get to fight with a couple of legends. You think I'd pass up being part of that trio? Fact is, I'm so fucking mad right now, you couldn't stop me if you tried.
Perfect. Shishiro, your plan may have been years in the making, but you missed one major detail.
Yeah?
What do you think will happen if you don't kill us here and now? You'd have to start all over again, wouldn't you? You think you have enough manpower to take us down?
Now here's a moment worth saving. Shoot another video, now. Show everyone in the Omi Alliance what we're made of.
Hell yes!
Get rid of these relics! The new Omi Alliance begins now! Kill them all! Let's go!
Dang. Shishiro's lines were really good. Like, that performance was amazing. Nishitani. So that's what I meant by the whole name thing. So in the middle of that, the really standout awkward moment was when Watase said Shishiro, as in like he's trying to show like, hey, hold up or something, or he was trying to elicit some sort of emotion by saying Shishiro's name, and it just doesn't land. Like, English is descriptor, right? It's very difficult to convey tone by saying someone's name, especially in a monologue when Shishiro was like talking about his motivations and stuff, and then Watase was like Shishiro, or it wasn't like that. It was more like just Shishiro, and like what was that supposed to mean? Instead of saying like hold up or come on, something like that, something a little bit more descript. So those are, I feel those things. If I had to choose something that happens kind of frequently, but is a loss in translation, like it's just there's no equivalency, like very rarely equivalency, I think it's those things. Using names to convey empathy or like some sort of emotion, I just don't think people should do that, in my opinion. Like it's very difficult, it's inconsistent. Put in a different word. Like Watase could have expressed concern, or could have been like shocked or something, but instead it just came out with his name just randomly placed in there, right? So that was kind of weird. Other than that, fantastic. Although I do feel like Kiryu could most definitely be a little bit more aggressive. Just a wee bit aggressive, as opposed to nothing. And Shishiro's monologue is fantastic. Holy heck. Kudos. And Nishitani, of course. Always operating at 11 out of 10.
This is
Oh my gosh, freaking Nishitani just bled me out from the back. Like, what the heck? And I got shot randomly. Can't find the guy with the gun. Where's the guy with the gun? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to take out all the guys and not. Wow, that hit me from 8 billion years away. There we go. Holy heck! I couldn't even see the grenade.
I'll handle them somehow, so just hold out.
Also, the joke about 10 years being in the clink, right? 10 years going soft and stuff. I think that's... I couldn't help but smile every time there's the joke, the running joke about going soft in prison. Classic. Self-aware. Self-awareness.
this is
Trying to get the guy with the gun.
How about this?
Are we gonna use healing items in this one? Because oh. Yeah, we're definitely gonna use healing items here. We don't want to do. Someone shot me again from 8 billion light years away. Yep. Shot me through all those people. Yep. just trying to avoid Nishitani for the time being. Don't really need to take anyone out. Just gotta avoid him. Pretty sure. And there goes all my HP. Yep, still bleeding. Still bleeding. One scratch. All the HP is gone. I really thought. Oh, rip. I didn't. Yep. Oh, yeah. There it is. One scratch. 70% of your HP. Yep. Yeah, this is the last fight, I think. Pretty sure this is the last fight.
I'll handle them somehow. Just hold out.
Yeah, we're not gonna... no thank you. Much as I want to prove a point, it's really... This scaling is pretty much unreasonable in every way. Yeah, so somehow dude. Targeting is so silly in this game. In a series in general. Oh, he actually only has, he has really low HP, actually. So it is doable. Actually, it's really do. Oh, wait. Was there another phase? I don't think so. Oh, and it's not the last fight. I forgot. Shishido is the last fight.
Give me your best shot.
Yep. Obviously, the staircase made me lose an input. Wow. I forgot how terrible targeting OP. The guy on the ground pushing away. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding with the body on the ground. That ticks me off so much, dude. That stationary whiff. That triggered me so much. I was going in for the juggle and the little body just kind of pushes you out of range. Oof.
God damn it. How the fuck did this happen?
Appreciate the time. Got a warm-up thanks to you. Sorry to break it to you like this, but the show's gotta go on.
I ain't finished with you, fucker!
It's alright, he's okay. Just a flesh wound.
Sorry about your precious scoop there.
Ooh, that kind of makes me...
Damn it! Just fucking die! Sir, no! Oh no! Boss! I'm so glad it's you. You're the one I wanted most of all anyway. My big white whale.
You wanna kill me?
Moby Dick.
I guess I can't blame you. If I were in your shoes, I feel the same way.
I've always looked up to you, you know. Why'd you betray us? How could you Watase?
Sorry about that, but I can't be dying today.
Shut your mouth! More of them.
He's fine.
Figured you needed a hand, so I made sure to step on it here. Perhaps I may have gone a little overboard.
He's actually fine. We might even see him
Hanawa,
again,
what are you doing
possibly.
here?
What about me?
Akame's been giving us info on Sotenbori lately. She's got her fingers in every pie in this city, so to speak. And today, she got a tip that someone resembling Nishitani was spotted around town. Dead man walking.
Yep, just a
Irony.
little bit ago.
I worried I may be imposing, but I decided to check in on you anyway. Limo and all. Didn't want to show up empty-handed. Can't have the Omi captain riding in anything less.
I swear,
Love the new
Akame.
suit, Joryu. You're covered in blood, you know.
You've got some thoughtful friends.
You're telling me.
Hey, I got something for you too, boss.
I guess I won't have a chance to rest this gut of mine.
Didn't I tell you? This is just the beginning.
Yeah.
This might sting a little, but it'll hide the cuts. Wouldn't be a good look for breaking up the Omi. They'd think your own guard dog bit you.
He's so unfazed by brutality.
I don't need
So
salt
weird.
rubbed in with the makeup. I get the picture.
The bleeding on your belly stopped, but that's all. Try to move as little as possible, alright?
Makes you
Shit.
wonder.
Ah, that's smart.
You'll need some rest, Suruno-san. If you can't even walk, then I'm afraid there's not much else you can do.
Fuck off! The boss is the one who got gut shanked. And I worked hard as hell for a long time to make this day a reality. I ain't about to split right when things get good.
Good grief. How can you stick your neck out so far for those above you? The Yakuza lifestyle is alien to me.
He's a rare sort these days. So, what do we do about Nishitani?
Don't worry. Someone from Daidoji will be around to pick him up soon. We should be leaving shortly.
Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Watase-san's scarless makeover is complete. You guys can head to Omi HQ now. I'll say goodbye to you here. Oh? What's up, Joryu?
When we first met, I never imagined you'd end up doing so much for me. Thank you, Akame. I really mean it.
Huh? Why are you making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again?
Sorry. Guess I sounded pretty serious.
Well, listen up, Joryu. I'm gonna have work for you when you get back. I'll be counting on you?
Sure thing.
Curious if Akame is gonna show up, like briefly. Somewhere.
Now we're finally back on track.
Well, not exactly. I counted Shishido on my side, but now he's gone and I got a knife to the gut. Sarno's got a banged up leg, too.
That may be, but at least you're being chauffeured in a limousine. The Omi captain shouldn't bellyache so much. Though I suppose you've been stabbed there.
Hey, shut your goddamn mouth already. This ain't the time to be flapping your fucking lips like usual.
Guys, come on. I'm the one sitting here with all this shit speckled on my face. I gotta stand tall once we get to HQ. Give me a break for now, will you?
Whatever you say.
How much further, Hanawa?
About 10 minutes.
That means in 15, the Omi Tojo dissolution will have been declared. I'm about to light a powder keg loaded with who the hell knows what.
Right. And the role you play may be the most important one of all. You're reading the Yakuza its last rites. And you know as well as I do. You're the only one who can pull that off. Do declarations of dissolution even exist?
They do now. Got one right here. Feels like I wrote out my last will and testament.
Probably similar enough.
No one can say what comes next. Best be ready for the worst.
It really is quite the sight. Being greeted by the young leaders of the Alliance like this. So, these are the folks you're breaking the bad news to?
Shut up already.
Watase, how's your wound holding up?
Oh, it's only the worst pain I've ever felt. I try to keep a straight face.
I'll protect you with my life. No one will lay a finger on you.
Knock it off. You damn charmer.
Get paid off later, for sure. I wonder how weird is it for like I don't know if someone watches or plays these games or not. His other character is actually in this scene, but he actually plays the Daidoji English voice of the Daidoji boss. I've got his name. I don't think they shared his name. But his other character, Michi, I think his name was like Michi or something, is also in this, just like a cameo, like Asuka's former bro. He was standing right there in that scene. No lines, of course, just a body cameo. Like right there.
This is where I make my exit. I hope it all goes well for you.
We've been through some shit, haven't we? I owe you a thanks, Hanawa.
Joryu, don't forget, you're still a Daidoji man. It's imperative you come back in one piece.
Right.
Pretty sure we'll hear Hanawa in some way for a little bit in the next game. Because he has to communicate. Kiryu might have to communicate back to the Daidoji. Curious about Watase, Daigo, and gang.
Kansai started off as the idea of a few ambitious men more than 100 years ago. In the early days, we were fierce, ready to go to war at any moment. Although we only fought against other factions, we know these wars took a heavy toll on the people here in the city we call home. And for that, we are deeply sorry. Therefore, on this day, the presiding chairman does declare, and I, Captain Watase, do co-sign, this official document, which proclaims the Omi Alliance of Kansai, is hereby dissolved.
Huh? What the fuck?
This we pledge to the Osaka PD.
What? Why are you doing this, Captain? What are you thinking?
I'm Daigo Dojima, 6th Chairman of the Tojo clan.
Dang,
clan.
that
What's
bass.
he doing here?
Think
The
it's time.
bass.
Let's do it.
As the Omi Alliance does, so shall we. The Tojo clan is also officially dissolved. Watase-san and I will serve as each other's witnesses as we each end our factions together. This decision was ratified by the Omi chairman, Captain Watase, and acting Captain Masumi Arakawa.
Bullshit! What kind of shady crap is that?
Fuck you, Watase! You're a goddamn traitor!
Saejima.
I made sure this would be nice and sharp for today. I really want to test it out. Any volunteers?
Majima-san.
Mercy, y'all.
this declaration down to Osaka PD. I know, most of you are none too happy about it. So listen up. If you consider yourself real Yakuza, then you'll have to stop me by force.
Good shit. I'm starting to see the big picture, Arakawa-han.
So that's him. Masumi Arakawa.
Sure is.
This kind of brawl, most of us never lived to see one like it. So if we're gonna make history here, you bet your ass I'm gonna take a stand with the side having the most fun.
You twisting the knife on us, Tendo?
I'd much rather fight with you than against you.
Things are about to get real spicy now. Hey, see that scraggly fella next to Tendo over there? He's that Kasuga guy I was talking about.
Finally time to step out of the shadows, huh? Look at us. We're about to have the fight of our lives just to get that point across. With the Yakuza legends at our side. Shit. Let's make it one to remember!
That's our cue.
Right. They've all got eyes on Watase and Daigo. We need to protect them.
This has gone far enough. Watase! Oh shit! Watase!
Wait. I'm not sure if that soundbite came. I'm pretty. Was that soundbite from the Japanese voice actor? If that was Young, that's incredible. I really want to know now. I don't know if anyone has the answer to that. I mean, it kind of sounds like the the Japanese voice actor, but man, if that was Young's soundbite, that's incredible.
What the?
Yeah, I know, Casca.
I
What
knew
the?
you weren't really gone.
So he's finally back. The Dragon of Dojima.
Watase, how did you find him?
Who, him? I don't know what you're talking about. He's just some extra muscle. Some bodyguard I hired. Couldn't even tell you his name.
The heckin' theme.
Leave this part to me.
So good.
You guys worry about the front line. I'll protect the back even if it costs me my life.
I don't know who you are, but you sure know how to make an entrance.
Goddamn, seriously? Share the spotlight, would you, Kiryu-san?
All right, time for seconds. This feast ain't over till it's over!
I could have sworn Kiryu had a reaction to his to Casca's tattoo at some point now. I can't get the guy with the gun. There we go. Distract everyone. That's the main goal. Don't let him touch him.
Joey, more enemies are coming in from over there. Seems like there's no end to them.
I'll give him a taste of my fists. Sorry, no one gets past you. And if you want to try, you'll have to get through me first.
Automatic door shutting. Hecking guns. Ah, dang it.
This Here we go.
Get out of here. Okay.
Is that all of them? Nice. We did it.
I'm so looking forward to Infinite Wealth.
Kiryu-san.
Don't take this the wrong way, Dojima-san. It's just that my bodyguard, well, he's not anybody whose name you would know. You might be thinking he looks real damn familiar, but it ain't him.
Hold on.
I hired him from a temple called Daido something or other, I think it was. That's all I got. Puzzle it out for yourself.
Understood.
Well, if we're done here, let's go.
Everyone, come this way.
Man, Daigo sounds so bassy. I forgot how bassy Daigo was.
Good luck out there, Kasuga. You're gonna do great.
And that was way, way easier than I thought it would be. Kind of a letdown, huh?
You say that, but this shit's exhausting. Felt like I lose my damn lunch.
Still, guess this really is the end, huh? The Omi and the Tojo are done like dinner. Smell you later, guys. Oh, I know. How about a party to celebrate, huh? Could really go for some tripe right about now. Of course, we can't forget to bring Mr. Bodyguard along.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Oh, come on, just a few drinks? You know, I never bought it. The whole thing about you dying and all was a load of bullshit. Kiryu-chan.
You've got the wrong guy. Sorry, but I've never met you.
The hell? Look me in the eye and tell me you expect me to keep playing along with this shit.
I'm not asking you to do anything for me. You can move on and forget about it once I'm gone.
Yeah, whatever. I'll go along with your little charade for now, okay? So no leaving. My heart can't take it.
Oh, that's a great ship. Look me in the eye.
What's that?
Classic. Mr. Shishido. Ah. So excited for Infinite Wealth.
Shishido. You're still standing?
If Luce could kill, we'd be in trouble about now.
So he hasn't learned his lesson. Guess it's on me to teach it.
Yeah, see, Saijima's one-liners are wonderful. Where's Kiryu's awesome one-liner? Like, Saijima just landed that. It's like, if looks could kill, you know, right? Come on.
Hey, you didn't finish the job? Why not, you gun soft?
That or he's one hell of a cockroach.
Yeah, see?
You're not getting off that easy. Not while I'm still sucking air.
Okay, that's a
If
little...
you want to fuck with the Omi Alliance, I'm pushing back till I'm dead in the ground.
It's over, Shishido. Cut the crap. This is freaking pathetic, man.
You stay the fuck out of the way, traitor.
Shishido.
Yeah, there it is. Although that one was pretty good. That one was pretty good. The Shishido, as in like kind of like sad but also understandable.
Cornered animal at this point. Don't look like he's got anything left to lose.
Yeah, man, Saijima.
What are you doing, Majima?
Get the fuck off me!
Is that the best you got? Look at me. I'm still kicking assholes. And not just me. The whole Omi Alliance. Ain't that right?
Stubborn shit like this here. That's what the Omi was best at.
Watase-san, you're hurt.
Boss!
Guess before we go to the cops, I gotta change again, huh?
Now listen here. If we don't kill these bastards right now, the Yakuza are done for good. You okay being crushed by rats? Dying on the ground? With all the pride of a soggy goddamn napkin? Don't forget who you are! The Omi fucking Alliance! Yeah! Strength and terror. That's how you dominate. Show these cowards some real Yakuza!
God damn it. We need to shut him up.
It's fine. Let him go. All the way.
Hey!
That line. Come on.
Get moving! Kill these shitbirds!
For years they've been scheming behind all our backs to make this happen. Creeping in the shadows, pulling the strings, making us prance around like they're little puppets. Fuck that shit! Don't try to tell me any one of you's okay with that.
Fucking A right when they can take their dissolution and stick it up their motherfucking asses!
Don't forget about those Tojo pricks neither. Anyone standing in our way is dead. I want it raining blood!
They got a real fire under their ass now.
God damn it. That's why I said we needed to shut his mouth.
Wouldn't matter. These guys aren't gonna back down. Not until they've given it every last thing they've got. Shishido, Nishitani. They're old school Yakuza, all right. They put on a big show to make everyone fall in line. And just as long as all that helps them get whatever they're looking for, nothing's off limits to them. Every single Yakuza faction, they ran on guys like that. Got a lot of good use out of them. So if we really want to dissolve the Yakuza, we have no choice but to meet them head on and make sure we finish the job for good. That's the only way we're really gonna bring an end to all this. We step up here and now. Because we're the only ones that can make it happen.
Bodyguard knows what he's talking about. These guys, they ain't gonna see it our way unless we force them to. Ain't that right, Dojima-san?
Feeling like I'm the only one with no balls here.
Don't say that. All this right here, none of it happens if not for you and Watase. Dismantling Japan's two biggest Yakuza groups? You ask me, that takes balls of steel.
Fair enough. Well then, today, the Tojo clan goes out with a bang!
What's up with these guys? There's that good shit.
Let's go!
Come on, let's dance!
Okay. I don't remember if I can go into agent in this fight. Am I locked into Nope. Still got my shoes. Gotta take out the hecking gunners. And of course, out of all the people to shoot, just randomly turn and hit me in the face. Oh, something hit me and just wrecked everything. Holy heck. Is there another guy with a gun somewhere? Yeah. think we're good. Always heckin' terrible with weapons. Have like 8 billion recovery frames. That's not what I wanted.
Let's go. Ready for this. Step on. Here we go.
Okay. Kiryu is secretly a excellent shot with a shotgun at like really long distances. No collateral.
Kiryu-san, over there. He's headed for HQ.
You bastard! Let's finish this, Kiryu!
Shisho! You...
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by using the person's name and calling out the person's name as a challenge. Oh, it just feels really not on point.
Bitches! This ain't over yet!
Just stray away from that,
Get going,
please.
Kiryu. Leave these clowns to us.
You said he was yours, right? Then go have your fun. Make sure you teach him a real good lesson.
Got it. Appreciate the help. Even though we just met.
You always were stubborn, Kiryu-chan.
Guy who sits the Great Hall, in this spot right here, he's the one who runs everything. Just one word. That's all it would take to mobilize every Yakuza in Japan. That's the kind of strength we're all dreaming of.
That's not the world we live in anymore. I think you ought to know that well enough by now.
Don't you fucking tell me what I know! Maybe none of this matters to you. You sat the Tojo throne, even if it didn't last. But some of us got no choice. If being a Yakuza is the only life you know, then this room's all you fucking have! This place, it's the dream. And without it, we're dead!
The dream, huh?
Golden boy like you could never understand. You'll never know what it is you've taken from us.
I get it.
Do you?
I can erase my name. I can deny who I am. But deep down, I'm the same as you. You hear someone out there stronger. And soon your only thought is how to defeat them. You want to prove you're unmatched? Then bask in the glory. That's how we're built.
If that's how we're built, then why the fuck did you help tear it all down? Why would you take our goddamn dream away?
That's easy. Because compared to the hopes and dreams of everyone else out there, ordinary people just struggling to get through their daily lives, our dream isn't worth a damn.
That's a good line. It's got like 2 or 3 good lines. Out of like 10 though.
Kiryu, you may have fucked everything sideways showing up here and raising hell. But at least I'll get to kill you myself. And once that's done, those little shits are next.
You want to rattle me so bad you can taste it. But doesn't change the fact that this ends right here. No matter how many bullshit threats you throw at me.
Ha! All done then? Doesn't change shit. Think I give a shit about some legendary Yakuza? All you fucks! I'll murder every one of you! Ah!
We're gonna get slash once and get OTK. Yep. There goes all the HP. I don't remember how my MSQ run went the first time. Were you really this weak? Huh.
How about this?
Like vulnerable weak. Okay. So you're invulnerable. Thanks. Wow. He was just untargetable. Standing still, untargetable. I don't remember you being that weak. We might have had some things in the first run. But he's just untargetable when he's in a ready stance. You legitimately can't target him. Even in fighting stance. It doesn't track. I really don't remember you being that weak.
Here we go.
Yeah, it just heckin' power you over. And of course he falls accelerated. Wow. Yeah, I don't remember being that weak. I did say, I sort of remember saying something like, if this was on professional, you probably just die from the one power attack. I don't know if you have to start from the beginning, so we'll have to not try to land a juggle, probably.
How about this? Time to put
Yeah, I mean, you can't land the juggle. He fast falls. Yeah, he totally fast falls, man. Holy heck.
You stubborn little shit!
That 400, like 400 millisecond delay on quick step. Oh, it goes all the way back to the beginning. Wow. Okay. Well. Guess we're definitely using recovery items. I'm not combo gaming this.
How about this?
Not worth.
Come here.
Yeah, weapons are hecka lethal. I probably said the same thing the first time. I heard the block and that didn't look like a block to me. That was stupid tracking. That was massive stupid tracking. I'm pretty sure I like basically expended it all the way to the last recovery item the first time I did this with the MSQ focus. Because it's like 2-hit deaths all the time. With no way of counter. That is some heckin' serious bleed. Okay, thank you. Heckin' camera. That follow-up is no comment. Oh, I'm getting so triggered. So triggered by the buffer. That was an input read.
You little piece of shit!
I don't think he has a weapon at the last one. Music change.
Your legend ends here.
One of 3 QTEs. Like a Yakuza. Mm-hmm. Oh, time for the tissues.
The fuck are you assholes looking at?
The Omi Alliance disbands as of today. For all your kicking and screaming, you couldn't stop the boss or the Tojo clan. We won.
You put up a good fight. I'll give you that. Time to go. Nothing more for us here.
What I say?
Come on, get in. I'll give you guys a lift.
I brought you another change of clothes, Watase-san.
Thoughtful as ever. Thanks for that.
Unfazed.
Of course. I think you'll fit. Might be a little tight, though.
Well, got some guts, don't you? Trying to pull a fast one at a Daidoji. Pretty slick for a 2-bit thug. Personally, I'd end you right here and be done with it. But you'll make a fine agent, so you can keep your life.
Yeah, I'm really curious if we'll see Shishiro and even Nishitani again, like just randomly as like Daidoji agents or something. Very curious. Kind of like a Suicide Squad kind of deal.
You're gonna be on a damn short leash till the day you die. But don't worry. Nishitani will be there too, so you won't be lonely.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't remember that Nishitani line though. Here it is. It's the scene.
Already tired of meditating. That's a rare sight.
I just couldn't free myself from worldly desires. When I told him, he gave me this.
The road to enlightenment is long and arduous. We all need to take a break once in a while.
I'm not certain anyone will reach enlightenment from here.
How uncharitable.
You have more work for me?
No. You need some time to cool off. You barely had enough time to catch your breath after all you've done in Osaka and Yokohama.
Yeah, guess so.
So the legendary dragon's chosen Ichiban Kasuga as his successor. Now that I think of it, there is a resemblance. Going to jail for the crimes of others. No, wait. Isn't that what Yakuza do all the time?
Fair point.
I don't think of it as some grand statement about a successor. But after the dissolution, I just wanted to help with the burden he had to carry, however I could.
Before you encouraged him, he was just some thug fresh out of jail. And that thug went on to stop Ryo Aoki from going mad with power. The Daidoji couldn't overlook Aoki going rogue like that. Without your help, there's no way Kasuga could have done so much, don't you think?
I didn't give the kid superpowers. He was already strong enough. We just ran into each other. That's all.
Still.
What are you getting at? Stop beating around the bush. You came here because you needed me for something, right?
Oh yes, that's right. The Daijoji are offering you a reward for your services.
A reward?
It's been said before, but your work has proven very effective. After all, it got us 50 billion yen in assets. And, on a personal note, it also saved my life. Leaving that debt unpaid doesn't sit right. So first of all, I'd like to show you this. You haven't seen this before, have you? It's your grave in Okinawa. Our hidden cameras filmed this. The same ones that we used to monitor the orphanage kids. This was taken on the anniversary of your death. Haruto-kun was around 4 at the time, huh? Growing up nicely indeed. The camera's positioned far away, so they don't know they're being watched. Your last 2 visitors that day were Taichi-kun and Ayako-san. After a while, Ayako-san spotted the camera. She might have noticed light reflecting off the lens.
Hey, Taichi. Is that a camera I'm seeing?
Yup. Looks like it.
And it's pointed at Uncle Kaz's grave?
If it's a hidden camera, then someone's probably watching us.
Does that mean... Do you think Uncle Kaz set it up?
If Uncle Kaz is really still alive, then maybe he did. Yo, Uncle Kaz!
Oh, come on. What do you think you're doing?
What? There's a chance he might see this, right?
Huh?
We got nothing to lose, so let's try. Hey, Uncle Kaz! Can you see me okay? It's Taichi. And Ayako is here too. We're all doing great. Same with Haruka and Haruto.
Shiro, Izumi, Koji, Mitsuo, Riona, and Eri, everybody's doing well. And plus, to be honest with you, nobody here actually believes that you're, dead. I'm serious.
Hey, Uncle Kaz. So, I'm a firefighter now. When bad things happen, and people who are in trouble need help, I want to be the one who steps up when no one else has the courage. It's probably because I grew up watching you.
As for me, I got a job at a small office. I fought really hard to get it, and it worked out.
Koji's working for a company now, too.
Riona got a job in fashion. Eri wants to work with little kids. Izumi went and became an animal groomer. She had lots of practice on Mame.
Mitsuo's working all kinds of jobs. And Shiro's majoring in science. Haruto's, well... lately, he's been a bit of a pain. Take your eyes off him for a second and he's gone. It's driving Haruka and Yuta-san crazy. We know. You must have a lot going on, too. 'Cause if you were alive, you'd definitely come see us, right?
Maybe if you really are somewhere out there, you could send us a sign? We're all making our way just fine on our own, so it's not like we'd ask you to take care of us or anything. Just... it's only that we wouldn't want for you to be lonely Out there, all on your own?
If you did give us a sign, we wouldn't tell anyone outside Morning Glory. And when you're ready, we'll all be waiting for you to come back. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are. Taichi and I are finally old enough to drink, too. I bet we'll have a fun time. We've got so much to talk about.
Oh, right! We're going to come back again tomorrow. There's something we want you to have. And plus, I want Haruka and the others to say hi, too.
What is it that you wanted to bring for him? Oh, yeah, that's great.
Anyway, see you tomorrow!
Bye, Uncle Kaz.
Unfortunately, the camera was collected by an agent soon after this video was taken. Once the kids discovered the camera, we had no other choice.
Right. I understand.
I had wondered to myself whether showing you this would really constitute a reward. I'm still unsure.
It is. I'm really grateful. You did.
You'll recall, Taichi-kun said he had something he wanted to give you. On the day after the camera was retrieved, they went back, all the children of Morning Glory together, and left a small tube containing a picture. Now clearly, we couldn't let them think that Kazuma Kiryu, a dead man, had been there to receive it. Ultimately, we decided to leave it there, but had one of our agents take a photograph of it first. Haruto-kun drew this. That's you in the middle, isn't it?
This is just great. Haruto. Will you look at that? He's 4 now. He can read and write already. The last time I saw him, he couldn't even talk. And now
He's really coming along. Haruka-san too. All of the children are.
It's true. They're all making their own way just fine without me. And here I am, alone. I can't even tell them how much I miss them. Guess I needed them more than they ever needed me.
That boy earlier, he said he wanted to show the courage to step in and help others when no one else would, didn't he? Surely you must realize you set that example for them.
Hearing you say that doesn't make me feel any better. I can't do a damn thing other than sit here and meditate.
Which reminds me, Hanua-san suggested you take some time off and travel. It's already been approved by those in charge. Your vacation has no set time limit. You're welcome to go if you're interested.
Make no mistake, though. As far as the world knows, Kazuma Kiryu will remain a dead man. Wherever you go, whatever you do, we'll be watching.
So, my training's complete then?
This temple is just for appearances, as indeed am I. Your training will be there with you no matter where you go. It's time to move on.
Is Hawaii going to be your first stop?
No. I think I'll be saving the best for last.
So, putting others before yourself again, are we? You never change.
Well, well. I see you've grown quite trusting of Kiryu-san.
Trust has nothing to do with it. Distinguished performance earns a distinguished reward. You can call it meritocratic. Securing his gratitude is to our advantage. It sets a good example for the other pawns in our collection.
One other thing. The Dragon of Dojima is quite a fearsome ally. We would be unwise to make him an enemy.
Clearly. That's why we don't want to get too involved. Hanawa-kun, he does understand his place, doesn't he?
Indeed he does.
Ought to be everything. Credit card, ID, all under your new name.
Appreciate that.
The faction approved it, so I did my job. That's all it was. Our relationship is strictly a business one, after all. It'll mean problems for both of us, if anyone thinks that you and I have become friends.
Right. That'll work just fine. For us.
Joyu is too on the nose to be a fitting alias. So I took the liberty, and chose Taichi Suzuki for you.
Just so happens that a few years back, I used this exact same name.
Yes, I'm aware.
I don't remember telling you anything about that. Or anyone else here, for that matter.
Well, the truth is, before I became a Daidoji member, I actually had another opportunity to get to know you.
First time I'm hearing it.
Well, we really are one and the same.
How's that?
Because we are both men who've found a new life. Men who have abandoned even their own names. In other words, there are many more secrets you are not privy to.
Well, story of my life.
Please do take care of yourself. Kiryu-san.
See you around.
Yeah, and that little slight nod to Hanawa, like he knew Kiryu at some point around Yakuza 5. Or within like the last 5 years, 6 years, something like that. So I'm curious if that ever gets paid off, right? I don't think this is muted. I think this was fine too. Oh no, wait, it's not. This is gonna get muted. Actually, because it's gonna start playing. This part isn't gonna get muted, but we're gonna skip this. Because it's going to end with Amazing Grace, and that Amazing Grace gets muted. It's a rendition. So both the tracks are really nice, I would say. But we're going to skip the credits this time around. I think I clearly remember it was the second track on this. Yeah, man. I can tell you now, Young really brought it when it comes to the sobbing. The sobbing, crying sad thing. That was great. Just as tough as ever. Although, of course, everything about this scene screams what is going to happen in the next game for Kiryu's bucket list. Is he just gonna go to Okinawa anyways? Man, so much. So, I would be incredibly surprised if somehow Nishitani Shishido shows up like in some form or manner, like just a tiny blip or something like that. And then any of the kids, right? Any of the kids at Morning Glory. Haruka, at least Haruka, right? So in terms of the cast, we know that Taichi, Ayako, Haruka have voices, right? And then, you know, Shishiro, Hanawa, and Nishitani, we're going to probably hear Hanawa in some way because he has to report back and all that stuff. Head priest, maybe? The Daidoji boss, perhaps? So there's quite a few people that could come up. We did not see in any of the trailers, it did not show Sotenbori, right? Sotenbori in any way. So that kind of writes off possibly like Daigo and Ko. Possibly Majima and Saijima, maybe one or two scenes. I think we saw a bunch of prior casts. I don't know anymore. I could have sworn maybe even it goes as far as back as Akiyama, right? So everyone's probably really excited to see if Akiyama, what capacity does Akiyama comes back. But yeah, we're gonna skip to the to the end credit scene where he's at, where he made it to the church in Hawaii. Three years later. Which is also the year of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. That also means there is 3 years worth of flashbacks as well. Like, what did he do in the 3 years? That's probably a chance for a Kamurocho visit and whatnot. So it doesn't have to be after. It could be before as well. Games always have a 3-year gap. 2 to 3 year gap. Indeed. To be continued. Oh. Like, just that. I'm all for the exaggerated melodrama, like the screaming and stuff. I think overall, I don't even think it's the performance. Some of the shouting was a little weird, like when you're nonchalant, when Kiryu is nonchalantly screaming, like raising his voice, it's very clear and resounding, which is at odds with his like stoic, more raspy, breathy take. However, when he's like desperate and emotional, those things really hit. Occasionally, occasionally it kind of missed the mark, like bring it on or bring it kind of thing. But I really think it just comes down to a lot of the lines that Kiryu have is very uncomfortably, it's borderline cheesy at some points. Like even when he was talking about these are the old Yakuza, right? The when he was the final fight with Shishiro and Omi, and he was making the speech, but unfortunately the speech came off not like old dogs die hard, like we are the last of a dying breed and this is our last stand. You get the awkward thing like, no, stop, let him go all the way, like that kind of stuff. And you know, the comma was probably placed there for a reason or something, for the pacing of the scene, because even just saying no, let him go all the way, right? Like if you just run the sends together, it's a little bit more natural. However, I feel like there was some editing involved. Like there needed to be a pause there so that it could be emphasized or stretched out. So words could have been swapped around. So like instead of making it sound like Kiryu was doing like a friendship speech, right? An expository friendship speech, which everyone around him knows already, like Majima, Saejima, Daigo, Watase, even they're aware of what he's trying to say. However, it could have been different, in my opinion. More worn down, torn, like Band of Brothers kind of thing. Like, you know. How I feel is the lines and translations from Yakuza 5 is what I'm imagining. Like on the rooftop when Saejima and Kiryu were talking to each other, right? They talk about old dogs, the ones that get get chewed up and spit back out. And then like the conversation between Saejima and Majima about the tripe, like being burnt but tasting better kind of thing. So they threw in some lines about like mouth and the taste of things for Kiryu, and that's kind of weird. There's so many this type of like dialogue, the whole like old dogs die hard and the fighting and leaving it all on the line and stuff. This stuff isn't like new to English. Like what I mean is the lines and stuff, that sentiment and stuff is almost cliche at this point. It's done incredibly well in so many mediums, and the lines that Kiryu had were not that great. Like, and even from Like a Dragon's historical writing, there are lines that are captures the organized crime and the principles and the pureness of ambition, power, and passion in their own work. Not let alone referencing things like, I don't know, Band of Brothers, perhaps, or so many military, like there are so many military cliches at this point that would resound a lot stronger than let him go all the way. Like, so honestly, the performances were all right. I would say, yeah, the most imbalanced and inconsistent one is probably Kiryu, but I don't necessarily think it's ascribed to the actor as much. I think it's a little bit of both in this case. Kiryu's lines are just really awkward and difficult a lot of times. Like his analogies, his one-liners, like Saejima's, he had 3 one-liners. Saejima legitimately had 3 one-liners in a span of less than 3 minutes at the last scene, and they hit really hard, right? Even the eccentric Majima had pretty much most of the supporting cast, like Shishiro opposite of Kiryu when he was like making his grandstand and his monologue was so good. Like with and then you had the awkward like Shishiro or kind of thing that I feel really is, in my personal opinion, there's no place for that in English dubs. I think replacing it with the same number of syllables with a transitional word is excellent in a way. Like, no, don't, or please. Like when Watase was saying something, he could have just said please, please don't, or something like that, as opposed to Shishiro, please don't. And Shishiro has more or less the same like span of time, right? Or like, come on, don't do this, or don't do this. Instead of saying Shishiro, don't do this, is fair enough, right? So those things are weird. And then Kiryu's choice of like the analogies that Kiryu has, he's supposed to become somewhat sappy and boomery, like basically he's that motivational leader. Unfortunately, I feel the writing made it feel so much less impactful. Everyone else is like aggressive now and passionate about their execution, and Kiryu has to stay stoic until he doesn't. But the lines were not so motivational. Like, I mean, I don't, as I'm gonna humbly say that I'm pretty cognizant and hyper-focused on how to sound motivational for a lot of people. You know, I talk a lot with people who lack motivation and are discouraged, nihilism. I honestly think that the writers definitely had a high chance of writing something a little bit more inspired, like something a little bit more elevating to allow the flexibility of the actor to really put into it. All the sad scenes though, like the sad, intense, desperate scenes, those just hit. Like they hit really hard. Like you could definitely see it, even to the point where Young hasn't strayed away from quote unquote the subtitles except for 2 places, and one of the places is that last scene at the very end. He said something like I couldn't ever or like I didn't know I need them. He repeated it twice for emphasis. So like I didn't know how much I needed them, or something like that, where there was an emphasis. But overall, like I honestly think one of the biggest hampering restrictions on the performance is that Kiryu's lines are really awkward. Like I honestly think it's so light years off, in my opinion, compared to Casca's lines. Like it's not just the performance that has to work. It's even harder when your lines can be very incongruous with English, at least in my opinion. So many of Kiryu's lines are missing fillers, missing like conversational quips or subtle like interjections here and there. He's just missing a lot. All the other characters have interjections. They even have like hiss and like oh really? Well, if that's the case, because you know, like a lot more frequently than Kiryu. So Kiryu feels like he has even more one-liners than other cast members. And because he has so many one-liners, those one-liners have to be excellent. Like it's almost heavily weighted that Kiryu needs stronger one-liners. And his one-liners, I would say 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 one-liners was like on the mark. I think the vast majority of his one-liners are rough as heck. I think it would be kind of difficult to even say them with conviction with a straight face. Like, yeah, the last time we fought, it left a bad taste in both our mouths. And I'm like, what? It's tough. I think there was an unfortunate underperformance, not necessarily due to just inexperience and mismatched casting, etc. I honestly, if you took a Daigo's voice actor, you know, the bassy, heavy bassy person, and swap the roles on Kiryu, executing those lines are going to be very difficult. Now here's a big deep cut though. Sometimes when you hire a specific actor, right, a specific voice actor, they might be very eccentric, and they may encourage the people they're working for to be more flexible. We have no idea how flexible Ryuga Gotoku Studio is, right? The dubbing management and the talent, like how flexible they are. Because sometimes when an actor does something and just experiment, and if they're very, very forthcoming, right, they're very engaged and enthusiastic, magic happens, as in the character ends up spinning away, and then writers would be encouraged to like modify things. So for example, I wouldn't be surprised if, say, Matt Mercer had a few lines, but he kind of slightly went off script, and then turns out, hey, we like that, so we kept that kind of thing. And that's where I feel that I have a distinct feeling that Young Ye is more, he was falling in line, and because he was falling in line, the translation, like the English words, the lines that Kiryu has in the English is really weird. So you go through the ropes, you try your best, but holy heck, some of those words take away, it deflates the performance as well. My hunch is, optimistically, that in his second go around, right, on the big deal, the Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the bigger production, I feel hopefully that because they're familiar, this is the second rodeo, right, the second time around, or even more familiarity, the voice actor, the writers, and like the game developers have a more familiar relationship, which allows magic to happen. Because in terms of voice acting, or any form of acting in general, the relationship between the talent, the writers, and like all the other stuff, like the devs, tend to come mutually. It's like a give and take, right? Some of the best, in my opinion, some of the best chemistry on stage or in a product comes with when the actors and the writers are freely exchanging ideas, so that their characters become transformative enough to fit comfortably. There is a whole merit of acting, professional actings tend to be acting whatever is necessary for the director. Like if the director directs, there's like a master class, actors can be whatever their director needs to be. That's fair enough. However, when the director, the writer, and stuff interact with the voice actor and they bounce off each other, that goes beyond just one-sided direction, in my opinion. And in this case, I really do feel like Kiryu feels stilted because it's a one-directional exchange. I honestly think that the highs are really high in Young's performance. It's really low when you feel that it's way outside the comfort zone, or like, I wouldn't know, like, it's so hard to even imagine people saying each other's word, like names, like for example, that element that I keep focusing on as a good example, saying like Shishido, like just kind of like doing that over and over again. I still don't feel it's going to be as dynamic as just swapping up the words. So there are a lot of those little nitpicky things, and I feel it feels nitpicky in isolation. However, when you're playing a game, right, like Infinite Wealth, if you're playing a game that has, I don't know, I'm just gonna take a jab at it, a 50-hour MSQ. I'm gonna say roughly it's gonna take me 50 hours. In less than a week now, it's gonna take me 50 hours to do like an MSQ focus run. If you nitpick one thing in isolation, if you look at one thing in isolation, it's nitpicky. However, if that one thing you're picking on is frequently throughout the 50-hour run, then it's no longer a very small thing. And these are things that I don't even goes beyond Japanese and English games, in my opinion, like Japanese to English games. It's historic, it's legacy. So some people might find it nostalgic, as in, if you're a movie buff or a Japanese consumer and you're really used to this, you could find comfort in being used to it. I personally think there's room to make to elevate English and Japanese in the same game. And to me, there are a lot of little things that are very, very apparent now when dubs are becoming more and more commonplace in Japanese games. And this is not diminishing how much attention the localization team, the translation team has done for Like a Dragon for so long. Like, I absolutely love their text, like the text stuff before the Kiryu saga was being dubbed, right? Because Yakuza Like a Dragon had minimal of that exposure, and then Judgment, Lost Judgment constitutes another. Yakuza Like a Dragon, Judgment, and Lost Judgment has lots of contextual story elements and subject matter that translates really well to English. Like a Dragon Gaiden has a lot of emotional appeal and melodrama that can be lost in translation between achieving how you achieve that same feeling in English and in Japanese. So it's a tougher thing to do. I'm going to be so interested to see the juxtaposition between Kiryu's portion of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in English versus Kasuga's juxtaposition in English, and then vice versa in Japanese. Do I feel that the Kiryu portion is going to be enhanced by the Japanese, the Japanese comfort zone, and then you have the Kasuga stuff, which ultimately, in my opinion, favors a language that's far more dynamic and have less restrictive rules. Right? You can be a little more unhinged. Japanese is not as unhinged. I mean, it's about decorum, consistency, and conformity. So it'll be really fun to play through Japanese and English at the same time. Like, back to back, not concurrently. I can't really concurrently play them. So it'll be really cool to see how it changes over time. Now you have a project, right? You have Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is a project that is inherently multilingual. Are the Japanese things gonna feel the same for the NPCs and the extras? Because I absolutely think they nailed the extras in this game. It's to the point where they nailed the extras so much that the characters don't feel Japanese. For better or for worse, the extras feel like it's an English perception of those characters, more so than I'm trying to be Japanese, but we're going to translate to English. It's better, it's more appropriate because the next context, right? Hawaii may take advantage of that. It might be a detraction because technically those characters are Japanese. Like, the context is in Japan, right, in this game. So what it's showing is, though, that they are able to maybe provide direction or have lots of performers who naturally already can do that stuff. So when you go to Hawaii, one of the concerns would be something like, oh man, are all the people are going to be running around being like walking cliches, right? And that can be off-putting. I think, oh my gosh, like that kind of thing, which it doesn't actually really happen I mean, I don't know for sure in Hawaii, but certainly mainland United States, normal interactions are not that like weird. So it'll be interesting to hear like the ambient noises, all the extra sound bites and voice samples. And I think one of the glowing parts about this dub is that when it comes to supporting actors, people who have limited screen time and extras, they're really good now. Like, they're so good. It's actually the thing, in my opinion, that saves the dub, quote unquote. It's fine. Like, I don't think it needs saving as in from tanking. I'm suggesting that it really elevated the dub in this game. It's actually a little bit underperformed and jarring in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So is Judgment Lost Judgment. Like, the extras. We're talking about all the side, like, really fringe stuff. The supporting cast is usually okay. Like, I feel the center cast was stronger in Yakuza Like a Dragon, Judgment, Lost Judgment. Like, the writing was tight. It was great. Like, the supporting actors adjacent to the main characters, and even main characters, Kasuga and Yagami, right? Kasuga and Yagami, they're very strong. And the writing is very strong. And just to specifically talk about Judgment, Lost Judgment, technically the major writer on Like a Dragon Gaiden is Furuta. At least that's what the credit is. I'm not entirely sure what the proportions are, but the writer that was doing Judgment, Lost Judgment also wrote this. And the only character that he, like, the person might have to contend with was probably Kiryu, by trying to create the consistency in Kiryu, because all the other characters are novel characters outside of like Watase. They're like very minor, and all those supporting characters are just as strong. I think Judgment, the Judgment series, had really incredibly strong supporting characters. They were almost in competition with how strong the main lead was, which is Yagami, right? And Kiryu had to do the same. Unfortunately, in my opinion, all the supporting characters greatly outshine Kiryu, for better or for worse. It's not to say that Kiryu's performance was not sufficient and had great things going for it. It's just, in relative, Kiryu's performance was elevated by all the supporting characters. In fact, I think most of the strongest scenes, pretty much all the strongest scenes, which is 60 to 70% of the game, is when Kiryu is interacting with another supporting character. Whenever he goes into monologuing, every time when he's like contemplating to himself or trying to get in his one-liners, he's on one-liners. So when he's like he's trying to leave an impact and say something really significant, it comes off as a really missed one-liner. When he's talking with Akame, talking with like Tsuruno and Shishiro, that's fantastic, except for Nishitani. Because Nishitani, the only time Kiryu interacted with Nishitani, I think the phone conversations are amazing. But that last scene where they both exchange one-liners, oof, that was rough. Like in the burning place, like when they're about to duke it out, oof, that was rough. Like compared to like when Kiryu was prodding and like poking the bear, right, during that phone exchange, that was great. I think it could be even more playful. It's just kind of really restrictive. I really hope that's not the case for Infinite Wealth. And what's even possibly stronger in Infinite Wealth is probably the return of the other cast members. Like other cast members for like the first time, possibly. I think Majima, Saejima will greatly bolster and elevate Kiryu's performance in English. However, then you have the Japanese cast, which they were all together already. So, like, we have to keep in mind that the cast members, if they do ever interact with each other, the previous cast members, like all the Japanese cast members, there's no overlap, not too many overlap here outside of Kiryu, right? In Infinite Wealth, it's going to feel natural that the Japanese cast of Kiryu's side of things are gonna feel like very high chemistry, because most of those voice actors actually worked together for a while. They've seen and been exposed to each other's preferences and whatnot. So we have to keep that in mind. Their voice actors aren't defined just by their one role. They're human beings. They're defined by all of their experiences. So Young is new. The others might not be so new. So yes, it's true, like, you can make the argument, well, that's exactly why they shouldn't have hired someone to, if they're inexperienced, to voice. It's like, well, the person is just as likely to shine given the proper, tools, motivation, collaboration environments, just as someone who doesn't. And if there's anything poetic about this, Kiryu would most definitely give someone a chance at trying their best. The downside here is I just felt like, the script did not do the performance any favors. I honestly think if you take some of the best or some more seasoned or veteran people and they try to execute that line, I still think it'd be a tough sell. It's kind of like getting someone to say, can you smell the fear in someone? Like, just really weird lines that I don't think you can try your best, but they're just contextually also fairly difficult. I think the dub was great overall. I actually think, to me, this is experience bias. I tend to remember things that I most recently do the best, right? Like, I'm not a person who lingers on nostalgia and whatnot. However, with that bias aside, I actually think this dub had some of the strongest to date supporting acting. Like, I still remember how, like, Namba, Psycho, Adachi, and, like, even the fringe characters, like, dang it, I forgot the lady that supported the immigrants. Like, then you had Judgment, right? Like, the quote-unquote Yagami's on and off love interest, sort of. And then you had his senpais, right? Matsukane and whatnot. All those are great. But I actually think this one, like, supporting actors are great. Yo, I actually might prefer, in this case, like, if we had push comes to shove, it would be difficult for me to know. I actually like, if I had to say, Tsuruno is a step up, and Nishitani might arguably be a step up too, in my opinion. And Shishiro was great. So Akame, I would say, is relatively similar, but this is really different. So it's a very different experience, all outside of Kiryu. Actually, for most people, Kiryu is a very different experience too, for better or for worse. Like, for most people, they probably prefer the Japanese Kiryu at this point, for the time being. And I honestly don't think it's necessarily the voice tone thing. The voice tone thing is something most appreciated. So people who talk about, I only listen to the dub kind of thing, the Japanese dub, right, is the idea that there's also contextual language comprehension stuff. Like, I think they grasp on to what's most intuitive, which is the voice tone. You always imagine Kiryu with that original Japanese actor, right? So obviously anything that's different from it will stand out and be hyper focused on. However, the lines, even when I have limited Japanese understanding, right? I focus on like the pitch, the cadence of Japanese as opposed to like actually understanding context. So even then, Japanese get a leeway. However, when I read the English, my point of relative is not how the Japanese Kiryu sounds, is what other shows have I seen that has this specific situation? And organized crime, poetic injustice, vigilantism, like cop dramas, martial arts dramas, lifelong depression and like misunderstood heroes, anti-heroes, family matters, modern love, those kind of things, contemporary life shows and movies. Those are my point of reference, and to me, those are my point of reference for the writing. And I actually think the writing is a step down in the English. I think in my opinion, I kind of think RGG had far better material in previous installments. There are lines that they could use for Kiryu. He had so many one like impactful one-liners and motivational speech than the thing that's presented here. And in context, relative to a lot of other things, like even other languages, like Old Boy, for example. Oftentimes when I think of Kiryu, I think of Old Boy, right? The Korean, very contextually similar. Or like things like Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, right? So many other things, let alone dramas like True Detective, or you can take any spy things like Jack Ryan, any military stuff, you'll encounter these things. And then you can go into organized crime stuff like Breaking Bad, right? Better Call Saul. All those things have language and English that is like this for these situations, but it's nowhere near that. So while someone only plays Like a Dragon and likes the Kiryu Japanese thing, and then obviously the voice tone doesn't match the Japanese one, and automatically go and intuitively say it's a mismatch. It's like, well, I can see that. I can definitely empathize with literally the voice tone don't match, right? That doesn't excuse, in my opinion, how much the dialogue took away and restricted the performance in the first place. So that's just my 2 cents, in my opinion. It's more than just a performance. I mean, it sounds like I'm stating the obvious, but that doesn't make people's emotions simplify or overly simplify what could be the dragging down the performance for them. I mean, most people just listen to like 3 lines and then call it quits, right? Listen to 3 lines, let their impression take their pace, and it's an option. There you go. Although then it gets more extreme where people wouldn't play a product because an option exists. That's, I mean, no skin off my back, I suppose. They can boycott based on an option being available. That sounds extreme. You might think it's extreme, but it really isn't for Like a Dragon. It's very unfortunate, and I had to make a little comment about that. I really like the dub. Doesn't change what I observed, for sure. I still think it's a very different experience, because all the characters, this story in Japanese, still hit hard where it does. However, the in-between are very different. There are very different feels on the supporting cast. The supporting cast have very, very different feels. Anyways, I don't know what I'm gonna do after this. It's the 20th, January 20th local time, so we still have 5 more days. In local time, January 25th is the release of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. That will be the next thing I play for a very long time. We're gonna start with English, and it's gonna be MSQ focus. I know it's an RPG game, so we'll probably have to do some bootstrapping to make it a little exciting RPG wise, and then we play it back in Japanese. It's gonna be tough juggling the two. I might have to do something different, like toggle English and Japanese here and there or something, but we're gonna at least listen to all the MSQ stuff in both English and Japanese. It's gonna be a long play, but we're all in, and I'm looking forward to it. Replaying Like a Dragon's MSQ, ooh, so many unanswered questions. It constantly reminds me of how incredibly legacied I am, right? So locked into the universe that you can't really back out now. It's kind of like when you get stuck with a universe, like the MCU or something. It takes a lot to step out and drop it behind. Like if you're into World of Warcraft, it's kind of hard to step out of lore. I still listen to like World of Warcraft, like Warcraft lore in general still, and I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. This is kind of like that. It's not necessarily about mechanics anymore or the video game as a video game. This is beyond a video game, at least for myself. For others, it's probably still a video game. I mean, for anyone who like could take a dump on a 20-year legacy just because they disagree with their own perceptions, they probably still play this as a video game for video game's sake. That's fair enough. But for myself, it goes way beyond a video game now. This is a living entity, right? Something that represents hundreds of people's legacy. And now the voice actors, it's their legacy too. So yes, you can spend a lot of time on one-off games and try to judge or evaluate someone's skill and expertise based on their product. This is not one of them. When you played 7 or 8 games, even those who don't take the similar approach that I do to evaluating people's creative products, they have developed a parasocial relationship with the legacy of this game. So it makes sense. It's kind of acceptable that people get really upset when their legacy gets swapped out. That's what a parasocial relationship does. If you're incredibly emotionally invested, you respond very emotionally. For myself, my parasocial relationship is with the developers and the writers and the people who bring this stuff to me, like to consume. Not necessarily the product or what I think the product should be. That's projection. It's not empathy. It's projecting your desires. So if you're projecting that Kiryu has to sound a certain way and be a certain way, it's not your game. Parasocial relationships make it feel like it's your game. So take it for what it's worth, right? It's very acceptable that you feel that way. Trying to destroy the game because you don't feel the same way feels like kind of oxymoronic. So just as we're gonna end up talking about this again because Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth still features Kiryu, right? So all of this has come up again. And I have no reservations on talking about it all over again. I think the dub was great. The shining part of the dub is everything else. I think Kiryu's voice acting was a bit weak, restricted, by both writing and possibly performance due to the writing, in my opinion. I think it's heavily weighted on the writing. And all the other voice casts, like the supporting cast, so good. So good. And the extras, to me, shockingly better. Like it doesn't feel like aggressively awkward, like just people yelling or like swearing without weight, or so it's great. I think the writing for the extras, like when you bump into a thug as part of the story, it was so good. So much better than the throwaway stuff that happens a lot. I mean, there you have it. I guess I'll see if I squeeze in something else to do before Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. But next, off to Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth. Alright, folks. There you have it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling if you're listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. As always, feel free to share and discuss your take on multi-language, or maybe how much you hate English or hate Japanese in very specific conditions. Fair enough. I'm willing to listen. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, learn a few things, experience new things, right? I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.